Welcome to the sleepy underworld, a place where romance blooms, magic sparkles, and timeless fairy tales are reimagined for the dreamers of today. From heart-stirring romances to spellbinding adventures, every story is a soothing escape into a realm of love, wonder, and charm. So curl up, press play, and let us carry you away to the land of dreams. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. We'd love to know in what part of the world you are watching and what is your favorite tip for a good night's sleep. Thank you for watching and enjoy the video. The cardboard box felt heavier than it should have as I carried it down from the attic. Perhaps it was the weight of memories rather than its physical contents. 6 months had passed since I buried Ronnie, but time had done little to fill the void he left behind. Our brick colonial house, once warm with laughter and whispered promises, now echoed with silence and unanswered questions. I placed the box on our bedroom floor, dust particles dancing in the afternoon sunlight that filtered through half-drawn curtains. This was the last of Ronnie's personal items I needed to sort through. I'd been putting it off, postponing this final acknowledgement that he was truly gone. "Just do it, Shayla," I whispered to myself, running my fingers along the edge of the worn cardboard. You can't keep hiding from this forever. Inside, I found the expected items: old college textbooks, faded concert tickets from our early dating years, and a collection of baseball cards Ronnie had sworn would be valuable someday. Memories flooded back with each discovery. Our first apartment with the leaky faucet, weekend road trips with no destination in mind, lazy Sunday mornings with coffee and crossword puzzles. I smiled despite the tears forming in my eyes. This is what I needed. Tangible reminders that our 15 years together had been real, that the love we shared wasn't just a beautiful dream from which I'd painfully awakened. Then my fingers brushed against a manila envelope at the bottom of the box. The paper felt cool to the touch as I pulled it out, nothing written on the outside. I opened it and slid the contents onto the plush cream carpet. Photo prints, dozens of them spilled out around my knees. I picked one up, expecting to see familiar faces of friends or family gatherings. Instead, I found myself staring at something incomprehensible. Ronnie stood before a modest ranch-style house I'd never seen, his arm wrapped around a young woman with caramel-colored skin and a hesitant smile. 2 small children, a boy and a girl, perhaps 5 and 3 years old, stood in front of them. The boy had Ronnie's unmistakable cowlick, the same stubborn tuft of hair that refused to lie flat no matter how much product was applied. My breath caught. The world tilted. "This can't be right," I murmured, flipping through more photos with trembling hands. Ronnie pushing the little girl on a swing set. Ronnie at what appeared to be a birthday party, candles casting a warm glow on his face as he leaned toward the young woman. Ronnie helping the boy ride a bicycle, his large hands steadying the small frame as training wheels kicked up dust on a driveway. I felt a peculiar numbness spreading through my body, as if I were watching myself from a distance. There had to be an explanation. Perhaps these were distant relatives I'd never met, or children of a friend from his business trips to Kansas City. But as I examined more photos, the truth became undeniable. The casual intimacy, the ease of their body language, the way Ronnie looked at this woman, it was the same way he had looked at me. The dates on the backs of some photos confirmed what my heart already knew. These weren't old pictures from before we met. They were recent, some taken just months before the accident that claimed his life. I sank back against the bed frame, clutching a photo to my chest. Ronnie had been living a double life. The man I thought I knew better than anyone, the man who whispered, "You're my everything," each night before sleep claimed him, had created a whole separate world away from me. A world with another woman, with children who shared his blood. The realization hit me with physical force, doubling me over. I rushed to the bathroom, barely making it before the contents of my stomach emptied themselves violently. Afterward, I slid to the cool tile floor, pressing my cheek against it as sobs racked my body. This couldn't be happening. Not to us, not to me. But the evidence lay scattered across our bedroom floor. Irrefutable proof that the foundation of my life had been built on lies. The next morning, I called in sick to the elementary school where I taught 4th grade. My students would have to learn about the water cycle from a substitute. I couldn't fathom standing before 28 eager faces, pretending my world hadn't just imploded. I spent hours online, searching social media for any trace of the woman from the photos. It didn't take long to find her. Marissa Taylor, interior designer, single mother of 2. Resides in Pleasant Hill, just 30 minutes from our home in Kansas City. I stared at her profile picture, studying the woman who had unknowingly shared my husband with me. She was beautiful, in an understated way, with kind eyes and a genuine smile. Not the homewrecker I wanted to vilify in my mind, but a real person with a life and children who had lost their father just as suddenly as I'd lost my husband. Did she know about me? Was she also discovering that her relationship had been built on deception? I picked up my phone a dozen times that day, composing messages I never sent. What would I even say? Hello, I'm the wife of the man you loved. The absurdity of the situation might have made me laugh if it hadn't been tearing me apart. Instead, I drove. With no destination in mind, I let the wheels carry me through familiar neighborhoods that now seemed foreign. The world continued around me, people walking dogs, checking mail, living normal lives. While mine had shattered into unrecognizable fragments, I found myself at Swope Park, where Ronnie and I used to picnic in the early years of our marriage. Settling on a bench overlooking the duck pond, I watched children throw bread to eager waterfowl as families laughed together in the late spring sunshine. Why? I whispered, my question carried away by a gentle breeze. Why wasn't I enough? No answer came, just the distant laughter of children and the gentle rippling of water. That evening, I attended my grief support group at Covenant Presbyterian, our church for the past decade. I sat in the circle of folding chairs, listening to others share their journeys through loss, wondering if anyone would believe my story if I told it. Instead, I spoke vaguely about having a difficult day, about missing Ronnie more than usual. Pastor James approached me afterward, his weathered face creased with concern. Shayla, I sense there's more weighing on you tonight than you've shared, he said gently. My door is always open if you need to talk. I nodded, managing a weak smile before hurrying to my car. I couldn't tell him, couldn't tell anyone, about the photographs. Speaking the truth aloud would make it real in a way I wasn't prepared to face. The next few days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and mechanical actions. I returned to teaching, grateful for the distraction of 28 energetic 9-year-olds who needed me to be present. But each evening brought me back to the same questions that circled like vultures in my mind. How had Ronnie maintained this deception for years? Where had the money come from to support another household? Had any part of our marriage been genuine? On Sunday, I almost skipped church, not feeling spiritually connected enough for worship. But habit drove me to slip into a back pew just as the service began. I stared at the stained glass windows, barely registering the hymns or responsive readings. Then Pastor James stepped to the pulpit to deliver his sermon. Today, we're exploring one of the most challenging commands in Scripture, he began. Forgiveness. Not the easy kind that comes when someone steps on your toe and immediately apologizes. I'm talking about the forgiveness that seems impossible. The kind that requires divine intervention because our human hearts simply aren't designed to bear such weight alone. My attention sharpened as he continued. Ephesians 4:32 tells us, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." Notice it doesn't say forgive if they deserve it, or forgive if they're sorry. It simply calls us to forgive as we have been forgiven. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Forgiveness is not about excusing the sin. It's about setting yourself free. Pastor James's voice resonated through the sanctuary. When we hold on to resentment, we become prisoners of our own making. The person who wronged us may never know or care that we're suffering, while we continue to carry the burden of anger day after day. His words pierced through the protective numbness I'd cultivated. Tears slid down my cheeks as I recognized the truth in what he was saying. I was angry, furious even. But my anger couldn't change what had happened. It couldn't bring Ronnie back to explain himself, or undo the betrayal that now colored every memory of our life together. After the service, I drove to East Patrol Cemetery. Ronnie's grave was marked with a simple headstone, his name and dates etched in granite. I placed fresh flowers in the bronze vase and sank to the ground beside the plot that contained what remained of the man I thought I knew. "I don't know how to forgive you for this," I whispered, running my fingers over the cool stone. "I don't even know if I want to." But Pastor James's words echoed in my mind. Setting yourself free. Was that even possible? Could I find a way forward that didn't involve carrying this anger and betrayal for the rest of my life? As I drove home, a crazy thought took root in my mind. What if I met her, this Marissa Taylor? What if, instead of hiding from this painful truth, I faced it directly? The idea terrified me, yet it also offered something I desperately needed. Action instead of paralysis, movement instead of stagnation. Before I could reconsider, I turned my car toward Pleasant Hill. The modest rancher looked exactly as it had in the photographs. Pale yellow siding, neatly trimmed hedges, and a small concrete porch with a patio swing. A tricycle lay on its side in the front yard, evidence of the children who lived inside. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, my courage faltering each time I reached for the door handle. What was I hoping to accomplish? What could possibly come from confronting this woman? But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the quiet street, I knew I couldn't leave without answers. I needed to see her face, to hear her voice, to make sense of this shared tragedy that connected us in the most painful way imaginable. The porch light flickered on as I approached the front door, my legs moving as if operating on their own accord. My hand trembled as I raised it to knock. 3 soft raps that seemed to echo in the evening stillness. Footsteps approached from inside. The door opened, and there she stood, the woman from the photographs. Marissa Taylor. In person, she appeared more tired than in her pictures, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She wore simple jeans and a faded blue t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Can I help you?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. I opened my mouth, but no words came. How do you introduce yourself in such a situation? Finally, I managed to speak. "I'm Shayla Larson," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, there was no reaction. Then recognition dawned in her eyes, followed by a complex series of emotions: guilt, sadness, and something unexpected: fear. "Ronnie's wife," she breathed, her hand gripping the doorframe for support. I nodded, unable to form words as the reality of our situation hung heavy between us. I don't know what to say," Marissa finally managed, her voice thick with emotion. Neither did I, but standing there on her porch, looking into eyes that had also loved and lost Ronnie, I realized something important. She wasn't my enemy. She was just another woman caught in the web of lies Ronnie had spun around both our lives. "May I come in?" I asked quietly. "I think we have a lot to talk about." She hesitated for just a moment before stepping aside, opening her door and her life to me. The interior of her home was warm and lived in. Toys were scattered across the living room floor, and colorful artwork adorned the refrigerator. It was a home filled with love, just as mine had been. "The kids are already asleep," she explained, leading me to a small kitchen table. "Can I get you something to drink? Water? Tea?" "Water would be fine," I replied, taking a seat and watching as she filled 2 glasses. Her hands shook slightly as she placed one before me. "How did you find out?" she asked, settling into the chair across from me. "Photographs," I answered simply. "In a box in our attic. You and the children with Ronnie." She closed her eyes briefly, pain etching lines around her mouth. "I always told him we should be honest, that keeping secrets would only lead to more pain in the end." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "He insisted it was better this way, that no one needed to get hurt." "Yet here we are," I observed, "both hurting anyway." Marissa nodded, meeting my gaze directly for the first time. "For what it's worth, I didn't know about you at first. By the time I found out, Jordan was already born, and I—" Her voice trailed off. "You loved him," I finished for her. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me. I did." We sat in silence for a moment, 2 women connected by a love for the same flawed man. Was he good to you?" I asked, not entirely sure why I needed to know. A soft smile touched her lips. "He was. He loved the children fiercely. Never missed a school event or doctor's appointment. He was here every weekend, sometimes more." My mind raced, piecing together the puzzle of our shared past. The business trips, the late meetings, the weekend conferences, all fabrications designed to give him time with his second family. "I thought we were happy," I admitted, my voice breaking. "I believed every word he said." "So did I," Marissa replied, tears welling in her eyes. "That was his gift, wasn't it? Making us feel like we were the center of his universe." A noise from the hallway interrupted our conversation. A small figure appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleepy eyes. "Mommy?" the little boy called, his voice thick with sleep. "I had a bad dream." Marissa rose immediately, going to him and kneeling at his level. "It's okay, Jordan. Mommy's here." I stared at the child, Ronnie's son, with his father's cowlick and chin dimple. Emotion welled up inside me, not anger or resentment as I might have expected, but something more complex and painful. This boy and his sister were innocent victims of their father's choices, just as Marissa and I were. "Who's that lady?" Jordan asked, peering at me over his mother's shoulder. Marissa glanced back at me, uncertainty in her eyes. What could she possibly tell him? "I'm an old friend of your dad's," I said gently, surprising myself with the steady calm in my voice. "I just came to check on you and your mom." Jordan nodded, accepting this explanation with the straightforward trust of childhood. "Dad's in heaven now," he informed me solemnly. "But Mom says he watches over us all the time." "I'm sure he does," I replied, my throat tightening around the words. After Marissa took Jordan back to bed, she returned to the kitchen, her expression a mixture of gratitude and caution. "Thank you for that," she said, reclaiming her seat. "They've had enough confusion and sadness." "They're beautiful children," I offered sincerely. "They're all I have left of him," she replied, fresh tears spilling onto her cheeks. "Some days that's a blessing. Other days, it's a curse." We talked for hours that night, sharing our versions of Ronnie, the man each of us thought we knew. We discovered similarities in our stories, patterns in his behavior, and lies he told both of us. With each revelation, the idealized image of the man we had loved crumbled further, replaced by the reality of who he truly was. Deeply flawed, selfish in many ways, yet somehow still capable of genuine love and kindness. As midnight approached, I gathered my purse to leave, emotionally drained, yet strangely lighter than when I'd arrived. "What happens now?" Marissa asked as she walked me to the door. I paused, considering the question carefully. "I don't know exactly, but I'd like to meet your daughter too someday, if that's okay with you." Surprise flickered across her face. "You would?" "They're Ronnie's children," I said simply. "And in some strange way, that connects us." She nodded slowly. "Lucia would like that, I think. She asks about having a bigger family sometimes." As I drove home through the quiet streets, I reflected on the evening's unexpected turn. I had gone to Marissa's house seeking answers, perhaps even looking for someone to blame. Instead, I found another woman trying to piece her life back together, raising children who would grow up without their father. I wasn't ready to call what I felt forgiveness. Not yet. But for the first time since discovering Ronnie's betrayal, I could imagine a future where anger didn't consume me, where healing might be possible. Spring gave way to summer, and with the changing season came a gradual shift in my heart. Marissa and I continued to meet, sometimes with the children, sometimes just the two of us. Each encounter was a delicate dance of shared grief and cautious friendship, but it was also a step toward something I never expected to find: a new kind of family. Jordan warmed to me quickly, his open nature reminding me so much of my fourth-grade students. He loved dinosaurs and could recite facts about prehistoric creatures with impressive accuracy for a 6-year-old. Lucia, at 4, was more reserved, studying me with serious eyes that seemed too wise for her young face. But over time, she began to seek me out, showing me her dolls or asking me to read her favorite stories. "Aunt Shayla, watch this," Jordan called one warm July afternoon as I arrived at the community pool where we had arranged to meet. He jumped into the water with wild abandon, creating a splash that drenched his mother and sister. Aunt Shayla. The title had evolved naturally over our meetings, a way to explain my presence in their lives without delving into complexities they weren't ready to understand. Somehow it fit. Not quite a mother, but more than a friend. A bridge between what was and what could be. Marissa smiled apologetically as she handed me a towel. "Sorry about that. He's been practicing his cannonball all week, specifically to show you today." "I'm flattered," I laughed, wiping water from my face. "That was quite impressive, Jordan." As the children splashed in the shallow end, Marissa and I sat at a nearby table under a large umbrella, watching them play. "They ask about him less now," she said quietly, her eyes following her son's energetic movements. "I don't know if that's good or bad." "It's normal," I assured her, thinking of the grief counseling sessions I'd continued to attend. "They're young. Their memories will fade faster than ours." Marissa nodded, absently twisting the silver bracelet on her wrist. A gift from Ronnie on her 30th birthday, she had told me previously. "Sometimes I feel guilty," she admitted, "for moving forward, for having days when I don't think about him at all." "Me too," I confessed. "But I think that's what healing looks like. Not forgetting completely, but finding a way to carry the memory without letting it define every moment." Later that evening, after we had parted ways, I found myself driving to the cemetery again. I hadn't visited Ronnie's grave in weeks, the anger that once drew me there having gradually dissipated into something closer to acceptance. The setting sun cast long shadows across the grounds as I placed fresh flowers beside the headstone. Unlike my previous visits, I didn't feel the need to speak aloud. Instead, I sat quietly, reflecting on the strange journey of the past few months. I thought about forgiveness, not as a single act, but as a process unfolding gradually. Each day with Marissa and the children had been a step along that path, each shared memory of Ronnie another stitch in the tapestry of grace we were weaving together. Had I forgiven him completely? Of course not. There were still moments when the betrayal felt fresh, when questions without answers burned in my chest. But I was learning to live alongside those questions, rather than being consumed by them. And in that space, between the hurt that remained and the healing that had begun, I found something unexpected. Gratitude. Not for Ronnie's deception, but for the unlikely connections that had emerged from its revelation. For 2 children who now had a place in my heart. For a friendship with Marissa that defied conventional understanding, but offered both of us something we desperately needed. Companionship in our shared journey through grief. Pastor James had been right. Forgiveness wasn't about excusing the sin. It was about setting myself free from its power to destroy what remained of my life. As I rose to leave, I traced Ronnie's name on the headstone one last time. "I'm learning to forgive you," I whispered. "Not because you deserve it, but because I deserve peace." Autumn arrived with cooler temperatures and new beginnings. School resumed, filling my days with lesson plans and enthusiastic students. On weekends, I often found myself at Marissa's house, helping Jordan with homework or taking Lucia shopping for her first day of preschool. "You don't have to do this, Marissa said one evening as we cleaned up after dinner. The children were in the living room, engrossed in a movie about talking animals. "Spend so much time with us, No one would blame you if you wanted to put all this behind you." I considered her words as I dried a dinner plate. "At first I came because I needed answers," I admitted. "Then I kept coming because it felt like the right thing to do, for the children." "And now?" she prompted. "Now I come because I want to," I said simply. "Because somehow, in all this mess, we've created something good." She smiled, the expression reaching her eyes in a way it hadn't during our early encounters. "We have, haven't we?" That night, driving home, I realized how much had changed in 6 months. The woman whose existence had once shattered my world was now someone I texted daily, someone whose children called me Aunt Shayla, and ran to greet me with sticky hugs and endless stories. It wasn't the life I had planned. It wasn't even a life I could have imagined. But it was real and meaningful in a way that honored the best parts of what Ronnie had been to both of us, while acknowledging the harm his choices had caused. The following weekend, I invited Marissa and the children to my home for the first time. I had hesitated for months, uncertain how it would feel to have them in the space Ronnie and I had shared. But as I watched Jordan explore my backyard and Lucia admire the wind chimes on my porch, I knew it had been the right decision. "This is a beautiful home," Marissa said as I showed her around. There was no envy or resentment in her voice, just genuine appreciation. "Ronnie and I bought it thinking we'd fill it with children someday," I shared, leading her into the kitchen. "That never happened for us." She squeezed my hand gently. "I'm sorry, Shayla." "It's okay," I replied, surprising myself with how true the words felt. Life rarely turns out exactly as we plan it, does it? Later, as the children helped me plant tulip bulbs in the garden. "They'll bloom in spring," I explained to their wide-eyed wonder. Marissa took photos with her phone. "For their memory books," she explained when I glanced up questioningly. "I want them to remember this day." That evening, after they had gone home, I sat on my porch swing watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. My phone buzzed with a text from Marissa. The photos she had taken showed me kneeling in the soil with Jordan and Lucia, all 3 of us laughing as dirt smudged our cheeks. Looking at those images, evidence of joy found in the aftermath of heartbreak, I felt something shift within me. A final letting go of what might have been, and an embrace of what was. Ronnie's betrayal had torn apart the fabric of my life, leaving ragged edges and frayed threads. But from those broken pieces, something new was being woven. a tapestry of grace, stitched together with forgiveness, compassion, and unexpected love. It wasn't perfect. There were still rough patches and loose ends, days when the anger resurfaced or questions haunted me in the quiet hours before dawn. But those moments no longer defined me. Instead, I found myself looking forward to Jordan's upcoming school play, to Lucia's birthday celebration, to Thanksgiving dinner, which we had decided to share together this year. Forgiveness, I was learning, didn't erase the past. It didn't make Ronnie's choices any less painful or wrong. But it created space for a future I never could have imagined, one where healing happened not in isolation, but in connection. Not through forgetting, but through redefining what family could mean. As the first stars appeared overhead, I made a silent promise to myself and to the children who had unexpectedly become part of my life. I would continue this journey, one day at a time. I would honor the pain of the past without letting it poison the present. And I would embrace this strange, beautiful tapestry of grace that was being woven from threads of loss and redemption. Because sometimes, the family we never expected becomes the greatest blessing of all. Love me, and you will rule beside me. Betray me, and you will burn. The silver moonlight spilled across my chamber like liquid mercury, casting long shadows that danced upon stone walls. I traced my fingers over the ancient spellbook before me, its pages yellowed with age and wisdom. Outside my window, the kingdom slept, unaware that their queen kept vigil in the witching hour. They feared me, as they should. I am Selene, the last true witch of Lunaria, and I seized this throne through blood, fire, and raw power. Where once my kind were hunted like animals, now I rule over those who would have burned me. The irony was not lost on me as I closed the spell book and moved to the window, gazing out at the city below. 3 years had passed since I claimed the crown. 3 years of rebuilding a kingdom that had outlawed magic for generations. 3 years of waiting for the inevitable challenge to my rule. That challenge arrived on a storm-swept night when the guards dragged a man before my throne. He wore tattered finery, his wrists bound in iron chains that clinked with each defiant step. "Your Majesty," Captain Thorne announced, forcing the prisoner to his knees. "We found this man attempting to enter the palace grounds. He claims to be Prince Dorian of House Blackwood." My pulse quickened. House Blackwood, the former royal family I had deposed. Most had fled or perished in my uprising, but rumors persisted that the youngest prince had escaped. I leaned forward on my throne, examining him closely. Midnight hair fell in waves around a face sculpted by nobility and hardship. His eyes, the deep blue of twilight skies, met mine without flinching. "Prince Dorian," I said, letting magic dance between my fingertips, a casual reminder of my power. I believed all the Blackwoods had either fled or found their way to early graves. And then, to my astonishment, he laughed. Not the nervous titter of a man facing death, but a genuine rich sound that echoed through my throne room. "Is something amusing you, Prince?" I asked, my voice dangerously soft. "Forgive me, Your Majesty," he replied, his voice like velvet over steel. "I simply find it ironic that after all your efforts to erase my family, I've delivered myself to your doorstep." The court held its breath. Men had died for lesser insults, but curiosity stirred within me, a sensation I had almost forgotten. "Why have you come, Prince Dorian? To assassinate me? To reclaim your family's throne?" "Neither," he answered, straightening his shoulders despite the chains. "I've come to offer you something no one else can." "And what might that be?" His eyes gleamed in the torchlight. "Knowledge," about the rebellion forming in the East, about the foreign powers planning to move against you. Information your spies haven't been able to uncover. My advisors shifted uncomfortably around me. We had indeed received troubling reports from the eastern provinces, but nothing concrete enough to act upon. "And why would you betray your allies?" I asked, circling him like a predator. "Surely they fight in your name." "They fight for themselves," he countered, using my family's banner as a convenient symbol. "I have no love for those who would use me as a puppet." Interesting. I stopped before him, bending slightly to better study his face. Up close, I could see the fine scars marking his skin, the weariness behind his defiance. "You expect me to believe you'd betray those loyal to your family? Out of what? Spite?" His smile morphed into a dangerous curve of his lips. "Let's call it pragmatism. I recognize power when I see it, Witch Queen." Something stirred within me, a feeling long dormant. Not just curiosity now, but interest. This fallen prince was unlike any man who had stood before my throne. "Take him to the Eastern Tower," I commanded finally. "Guard him well, but see he's treated as befits his station. I'll speak with him again tomorrow." As the guards led him away, he glanced back over his shoulder, that infuriating smile still playing on his lips. That night, for the first time since claiming the throne, sleep eluded me. His laughter echoed in my mind, taunting me with its fearlessness. Morning light streamed through stained glass as I entered the Eastern Tower. Dorian stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, no longer in chains but still a prisoner. He turned at my approach, bowing with exaggerated courtesy. "Your Majesty honors me with a personal visit." I gestured for the guards to leave us, ignoring their concerned glances. "You claim to have information about my enemies," I said without preamble. "Speak it." "Without assurances of my safety. That would be poor negotiation on my part." I moved closer, allowing magic to crackle visibly in the air around us. "Your safety? You stand in the lair of the witch who overthrew your family, and you speak of safety?" "Yet I still breathe," he observed. "You're curious, Celine. May I call you Celine? Or do you prefer Your Majesty, or perhaps Usurper?" My hand shot out, magic wrapping around his throat, not squeezing, merely holding. A warning. "You may call me Your Majesty until I decide whether you live past sunset," I hissed. To my frustration, his eyes didn't widen with fear. Instead, they darkened with something else entirely. "As you wish," he whispered against the magical bonds. "Your Majesty." I released him, stepping back. "Tell me of this rebellion." Rubbing his throat, he moved to a small table where a map of my kingdom lay spread out. "They gather here, in the shadow of the Blackthorn Mountains, led by Lord Carew, once my father's general, now styling himself as my regent. Carew lives." This was indeed news. The old general had been among the first to flee when my forces took the capital. "Very much so, and he's allied with Queen Alicia of Viridia." Now that gave me pause. Viridia was our nearest neighbor, a kingdom rich in resources but traditionally cautious in matters of war. Elysia has always been neutral in Lunarian affairs. "Until you took the throne," Dorian said, tracing his finger along the border between our kingdoms. "A witch queen with unprecedented power makes neighboring monarchs nervous." He wasn't wrong. Since claiming the crown, I'd received nothing but cold diplomacy from our neighbors. "How do I know you're not feeding me false information to protect your allies?" Dorian's expression hardened. "Because Carew killed my brother when he refused to be their figurehead. Because they don't fight for Lunaria's people, only for power. And because..." He hesitated, something vulnerable flickering across his features. Because? I prompted. Because I've seen what happens to kingdoms torn apart by endless power struggles. The common people suffer while nobles play their games. If Lunaria must have a ruler, better one strong enough to maintain peace. His words rang with sincerity, surprising me. This was not the entitled prince I had expected. You'd accept a witch on your family's throne, the woman who destroyed your birthright? He met my gaze unflinchingly. I accept reality, Your Majesty. You won the crown through strength. That's how monarchies have always changed hands, beneath all the pomp and ceremony. I circled him slowly, considering. If what you say is true, why not join their rebellion? Why come to me? Because they would use me, then discard me. You, at least, have been honest in your ambitions. I laughed at that. You find honesty in conquest? I find honesty in not pretending your power comes from divine right or bloodlines. His eyes followed me as I moved. You took what you wanted and make no apologies for it. There's integrity in that, however brutal. His words stirred something in me. Recognition, perhaps. Understanding. You'll remain here, I decided. Under guard, but comfortable. I'll verify your information, if it proves true. You'll what? He challenged. Make me your pet prince? I stepped closer, my face inches from his. You said you recognize power, Dorian. How far does that recognition go? Would you serve the Witch Queen? His breath caught, and the air between us suddenly charged with more than just my magic. That depends, he murmured, on what service you require. Heat bloomed in my chest, desire and warning entwined. I stepped back, clearing my throat. We shall see. For now, you live another day. I turned to leave, but his voice stopped me at the door. Celine. I looked back, my eyebrow raised at his presumption. Thank you, he said simply. I didn't acknowledge his words, merely left him in his gilded cage. But as I descended the tower stairs, I realized my heart beat faster than it had in years. Days passed. Dorian's information proved accurate, troublingly so. My spies confirmed movement in the east, and diplomatic messages from Viridia grew increasingly cold. I visited him daily, ostensibly to extract more intelligence. Each day I told myself it was merely strategic. Each day, the lie grew thinner. On the 7th day, I found him standing at his window again, watching the sunset paint the city gold. He'd been given fresh clothing, fine but not opulent, and his hair was tied back, revealing the strong line of his jaw. Your information about Lord Carewe's movements was correct, I said, closing the door behind me. My scouts found their encampment exactly where you indicated. He turned, something like relief crossing his features. And nothing yet. I've increased patrols along the eastern border. Preparations are being made. War, then. I moved to stand beside him at the window. Perhaps. Unless I can find another solution. Such as... I glanced at him. A display of power sufficient to make them reconsider their choices. Ah, he said softly. Magic. It won me the throne. It may yet keep it. We stood in silence, watching the city below. I was acutely aware of his presence beside me, the warmth radiating from him, the subtle scent of sandalwood that clung to his skin. Why did you really come to me, Dorian? I asked finally. The truth this time. He was quiet for so long that I thought he might not answer. I spent 3 years in exile, he said eventually, hiding, running, watching from afar as various nobles attempted to use my name for their gain. I saw the kingdom I loved torn between factions, none of whom cared for its people. He turned to face me. Then I saw what you built from the ashes. And what did I build in your eyes? Order, he said simply. Harsh at times, yes, but the streets are safe. The harvests are protected. Justice is available to common and noble alike. I hadn't expected this assessment, this approval, from the son of the king I'd deposed. You're an unusual prince, I observed. A smile touched his lips. And you're an unusual queen. Something shifted between us then. A boundary crossed without either of us moving. I should go, I said, suddenly uncomfortable with the warmth spreading through me. Must you? He asked, his voice low. We've barely discussed tomorrow's council meeting. I frowned. What do you know of tomorrow's council? Nothing specifically, he admitted. But court schedules are predictable, and tomorrow marks the first day of the harvest moon. Traditionally, that's when agricultural reports would be reviewed. I stared at him, impressed despite myself. You paid attention to such details as a prince? My father insisted we understand the workings of governance, not just its privileges. A shadow crossed his face, though I fear my brothers took less interest than I did. Without thinking, I reached out, my fingers brushing his arm in a gesture of comfort that startled us both. I pulled back quickly, but the damage was done. A current had passed between us, an acknowledgement of something neither of us had named. Tomorrow, I said, my voice not entirely steady, you will attend the council. His eyes widened. As what? As my advisor. The word felt insufficient, but it would serve for now. The court should grow accustomed to your presence. And if they object to a Blackwood at your table? I smiled, allowing a hint of my power to spark at my fingertips. They won't. Not twice. His answering smile made my heart trip in my chest. Dangerous, I thought. This feeling is dangerous. Until tomorrow, then, he said, bowing with genuine respect rather than mockery. I nodded and left before I could change my mind, before I could act on the impulse to stay, to explore whatever this tension between us might become. In my chambers that night, I paced restlessly, torn between desire and caution. Dorian Blackwood could be playing a longer game than I perceived. His charm, his seeming acceptance of my rule, it could all be an elaborate deception. Yet when I closed my eyes, I saw not schemes and betrayal, but the vulnerability in his gaze when he spoke of his kingdom, the respect in his voice when he acknowledged my strength. Foolish witch, I whispered to myself. You conquered a kingdom, but cannot master your own heart. The council meeting proceeded better than I'd dared hope. The lords and ladies were initially shocked when Dorian entered at my side, but they masked their reactions quickly. They had learned the price of open defiance. I seated him to my right, a position of honor that sent whispers through the court. Throughout the agricultural reports, he remained attentive, occasionally offering insights that revealed his deep knowledge of the kingdom's lands and resources. The southern provinces report drought, Minister Aldrich noted somberly. They request tax relief until the rains return. Before I could respond, Dorian spoke. The southern watershed includes the Silvermere. When I was a child, there were water wheels and irrigation systems that spread their bounty across 3 provinces. What happened to them? The council exchanged glances. Destroyed in the border conflicts 10 years ago, Lady Merrick finally answered. Rebuilding was deemed too costly. A mistake, Dorian said firmly. Those systems would have provided resilience against the current drought. I studied him, impressed by his practical focus. Can they be rebuilt? Yes, he replied. I studied the original designs in my youth. With proper resources, we could not only restore, but improve them. Then it shall be done, I declared. Minister Aldrich, allocate funds for the project, Lady Merrick, you will oversee it. I turned to Dorian. Prince Dorian will provide the necessary technical guidance. A ripple of surprise moved through the council at my use of his royal title. I had acknowledged his lineage publicly, a significant concession. As the meeting continued, I felt the council's wary acceptance of Dorian's presence evolve into genuine respect for his contributions. By the time we adjourned, several ministers were actively seeking his input. You impressed them, I told him as we walked the corridor afterward, guards trailing at a discreet distance. I merely offered what knowledge I have, he replied. It's your approval that gave my words weight. Don't underestimate yourself. They recognized your value. He stopped, turning to face me. And what value do I have to you, Celine? The question hung between us, laden with meaning beyond the political. In the quiet corridor, with afternoon light streaming through arched windows, I found myself unable to maintain the careful distance I'd imposed. More than I anticipated, I admitted softly. Something kindled in his eyes. Hope, perhaps. Or triumph. Either could be dangerous. Walk with me, I said suddenly. There's something I wish to show you. I led him through rarely used passages until we reached a small door hidden behind a tapestry. With a wave of my hand and a whispered word, it unlocked. Few know of this place, I explained, as we entered a circular room at the top of the eastern tower. Unlike the opulence of the palace, this space was austere but beautiful. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes both ancient and new. A telescope pointed toward the sky through an opening in the domed ceiling. Plants grew in pots and hanging baskets, some mundane, others glowing with subtle magic. My sanctuary, I said, watching his reaction carefully. Where I practice the arts my kind were killed for. Dorian moved through the space with reverence, touching nothing but absorbing everything. It's beautiful, he said finally. You're not afraid? He looked at me then, truly looked at me. Should I be? Most would be. Magic is still feared in Lunaria, despite my efforts to change that. Fear comes from ignorance, he replied, approaching a shelf of glowing potions. I always found it strange how our kingdom criminalized something so fundamental to the world. I watched him, puzzled. You speak as though you never feared magic. A shadow crossed his face. My mother was accused of witchcraft when I was 7, not because she possessed any power, but because she questioned the king's policies too loudly. His fingers traced the spine of a book. I watched them drag her away. My father did nothing to stop it. Understanding dawned. That's why you don't mourn the fall of your house. I mourn what my family could have been, not what it was. He turned to me. When you seized the throne, many called it a tragedy. I called it justice. The admission hung between us, reshaping everything I thought I knew about him. Not a prince seeking to reclaim his birthright, but a man whose wounds paralleled my own. Justice, I echoed. Is that what you seek from me? He stepped close enough that I felt the heat of him and saw the faint scar above his eyebrow. I seek many things from you, Celine. Justice is but one of them. My breath caught. We stood on a precipice, both knowing the next step would change everything. Tell me what else you seek, I whispered. His hand rose slowly, giving me every chance to retreat, to maintain the barrier of queen and subject. When his fingers finally touched my cheek, the contact sent sparks through me that had nothing to do with magic. This, he breathed, and then his lips were on mine. The kiss began gently, a question playing on his lips. But when I answered by drawing him closer, it transformed into something hungry, desperate. a culmination of tension that had been building since he first laughed in my throne room. My magic responded to my emotions, swirling around us in tendrils of silver light. Rather than pulling away in fear, Dorian drew me closer, his hands tangling in my hair as the kiss deepened. When we finally broke apart, breathless, the room sparkled with energy. "I should turn you to ash for such presumption," I said, but there was no threat in my voice. He smiled against my lips. "But you won't." "No," I admitted. "I won't." Later, as twilight descended, we sat together by the window of my sanctuary, his arm around me, my head resting against his shoulder. The vulnerability of the position should have terrified me. Instead, I found peace in it. "What happens now?" he asked, his fingers tracing patterns on my arm. I looked up at him, at the face that had somehow become precious to me in so short a time. "Now we prepare. The threat from the east won't vanish because we wish it to." "We," he repeated, testing the word. "So I am truly your advisor now." I touched his face, letting my fingers trace the line of his jaw. "You are more than that, Dorian Blackwood. Though what exactly? I'm not certain yet." He captured my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. "I can be patient, Witch Queen. I've waited this long to find you." The weeks that followed passed in a blur of council meetings, defensive preparations, and stolen moments in my sanctuary. Dorian moved from the eastern tower to chambers closer to mine, raising eyebrows throughout the court, but generating fewer whispers than I'd expected. Perhaps they saw what I was only beginning to admit to myself, that he balanced me and tempered my harsher instincts with his compassion, while supporting my strength without fear. But as our relationship deepened, so too did the threat from beyond our borders. Reports arrived daily of troops gathering, not just rebels now, but Viridian forces as well. "Queen Alicia has officially denounced your rule," Minister Aldrich announced grimly in council. "She claims your use of magic violates ancient treaties and threatens the safety of all neighboring kingdoms." "Convenient," Dorian observed, "that she only discovers this concern now when Lord Carew offers her a share of our eastern provinces in exchange for her support." I drummed my fingers on the table. "How many forces does she commit?" 5,000 troops, Captain Thorne replied. "Combined with Carew's rebels, they outnumber our standing army 2-1. The council chamber fell silent, the gravity of our situation settling heavily upon us all. "Then we must not meet them conventionally," I said finally. Lady Merrick leaned forward. "You mean to use magic in warfare, Your Majesty? The kind not seen since the dark days?" I met her gaze steadily. "I mean to protect what I have built, by whatever means necessary." "The cost would be high," Dorian said quietly beside me. "Not just in lives, but in how the kingdom, how history, will remember your reign." I turned to him, surprised by his caution. "Would you have me surrender the throne? Return to the days when those with magic were hunted?" "Never," he replied firmly. "But there may be another way." He stood, moving to the map spread across the council table. What if we divided their forces, made them fight on 2 fronts? As he outlined his strategy, I watched him with growing admiration. His plan was bold but sound, using our knowledge of the terrain to separate Carew's rebels from their Viridian allies, then dealing with each separately through a combination of conventional tactics and targeted magical interventions. "This could work," Captain Thorne admitted grudgingly, "though it would require perfect timing. And it would spare many lives on both sides," Dorian added, his eyes finding mine. I nodded slowly. "Prepare the army according to Prince Dorian's plan. We move in 3 days." As the council dispersed, I held Dorian back with a light touch on his arm. When we were alone, I faced him directly. "You surprised me today," I said. I expected you to support a more definitive approach. He took my hands in his. I will always support your right to rule, Selene. But I've seen enough bloodshed to last several lifetimes. If we can achieve victory without massacre, isn't that preferable? Looking into his earnest face, I felt a surge of emotion so powerful it nearly overwhelmed me. This man, who had every reason to hate me, instead stood by my side, fighting not just for me, but for the well-being of the kingdom we both loved. When did a Blackwood become the voice of mercy in my court? I asked softly. Perhaps around the same time a witch became its greatest protector. He countered with a gentle smile. I reached up to touch his face, marveling at how completely he had transformed from prisoner to... what? Advisor? Lover? Something more? Stay with me tonight, I whispered. His eyes darkened. Are you certain? The court already whispers. Let them whisper, I interrupted. I've never cowered from their judgment before. I won't start now. That night, in the privacy of my chambers, Dorian and I finally surrendered completely to the desire that had simmered between us for weeks. His touch was reverent, discovering the woman beneath the queen, the witch beneath the crown. And in his arms, I found something I'd never expected to find on the throne I'd taken through blood and fire. Acceptance. Belonging. Afterward, as moonlight bathed our entwined forms, I traced the scars that marked his body, testaments to his years in exile. If I could go back, I murmured, I would ensure you were never hurt. He caught my hand, bringing it to his lips. If you change the past, we might never have found one another. Some scars are worth bearing for the path they lead us down. I rested my head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. When this conflict is over, what then? What do you mean? I hesitated, voicing the fear that had grown alongside my feelings for him. Will you stay? Once your name is cleared, once your right to walk freely in Lunaria is restored, will you still choose to stand beside a witch queen? Dorian shifted, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. Selene, he said, my name like a prayer on his lips. I would choose you in any life, under any circumstances, not because you're a queen, not despite your being a witch, but because you are exactly who you are. I kissed him then, pouring everything I couldn't yet say into the gesture. Later, as he slept beside me, I watched the rise and fall of his chest and made a silent vow. I would protect this man, this kingdom, this fragile happiness I had found, no matter the cost. Dawn broke on the day of battle with an ominous red sky. I stood on the palace balcony, watching as our forces marched eastward according to Dorian's plan. He would ride with them, a decision I'd fought against but eventually accepted. The troops needed to see a Blackwood fighting for the crown, not against it. You should be with the rear guard, I told him as he prepared to depart, adjusting the straps of his armor. Coordinating, not fighting on the front lines. He smiled, recognizing my words for what they were. Fear masked as a strategy. My place is where I can do the most good, he said gently. Just as yours is here, preparing your magical defenses. I frowned, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulder. If anything happens to you, it won't, he interrupted, catching my hand and bringing it to his lips. I have too much to return to. We parted with a kiss that held too much of a goodbye for my comfort. As I watched him ride away, leading a column of troops beneath my banner, a strange foreboding settled over me. Something about this day felt wrong, though I couldn't place what. Hours passed as I prepared in my sanctuary, gathering magical energies for the complex spells that would support our forces. According to our plan, I would remain in the palace, using scrying mirrors to monitor the battle and channel magic where needed. Not the brute force I'd use to claim the throne, but precise interventions to support Dorian's tactical plan. By midday, the first reports arrived. Our army had successfully split the enemy forces, drawing the Viridians into the northwestern valley, while engaging Caru's rebels in the foothills. Everything proceeded according to plan. Too easily, perhaps. My suspicion grew as I watched through the scrying mirror. The Viridian forces seemed to offer less resistance than expected, almost as if... "It's a trap," I breathed, suddenly understanding. They wanted us to split our forces. No sooner had I spoken than the mirror showed a new development. A third army emerging from the forest to the south, cutting off our troops from retreat. I recognized their banners with a chill. Mercenaries from the Western Isles, notorious for their brutal efficiency and complete lack of honor. I searched desperately through the mirror's images for Dorian, finally locating him in the thick of battle against Caru's forces. He fought brilliantly, his sword flashing in the sunlight as he led a charge against the rebel line. But he couldn't see the new threat approaching from behind. Without hesitation, I gathered my power, prepared to transport myself to the battlefield. A dangerous spell that would leave me vulnerable, but the only way to warn our forces in time. As the transportation spell formed around me, a messenger burst into my sanctuary. "Your Majesty, urgent news." I paused, the magic flickering around me. "Speak quickly." "A Viridian envoy has arrived under a flag of truce. He bears a message from Queen Elysia herself." "Now," I hissed, "in the midst of battle. He says they will withdraw all forces immediately upon one condition." Something cold settled in my stomach. What condition? The messenger swallowed hard. "The execution of Prince Dorian Blackwood, whom they claim has committed treason against both crowns." The magic around me dissipated as shock replaced urgency. Treason. What nonsense is this? "The envoy carries documents, Your Majesty. Letters bearing Prince Dorian's seal, detailing plans to overthrow both you and Queen Elysia, restoring his family's rule through a new alliance." "Impossible," I whispered. "I would have known." But would I? Had I been so blinded by feeling that I'd missed signs of betrayal? No, I refused to believe it. Not after all we'd shared, all we'd built together. "Bring me this envoy," I commanded. "I will hear these accusations directly." The Viridian diplomat was a sleek, silver-haired man whose calm demeanor belied the chaos his arrival had caused. He bowed with practiced grace as he entered my throne room. "Queen Selene," he greeted me. "I regret the circumstances of our meeting." "Show me these so-called letters," I demanded without preamble. He produced a leather folio, from which he extracted several documents bearing what did indeed appear to be Dorian's seal. I scanned them quickly, my horror growing with each line. Detailed plans for using both my forces and Viridia's to weaken each other, creating an opening for a Blackwood restoration. "These are forgeries," I declared, though doubt gnawed at me. The handwriting was remarkably similar to Dorian's, the details of our defenses too accurate to be mere guesswork. "I understand your reluctance to believe, Your Majesty," the envoy said smoothly. "But consider, why would a Blackwood prince truly serve the witch who deposed his family? He has been playing a longer game, one that ends with your downfall." I turned away, struggling to maintain my composure. Through the windows, I could see the distant smoke of battle. Every moment I delayed here, our forces, Dorian included, faced that unexpected third army. "Queen Elysia offers peace," the envoy continued. "Immediate withdrawal of all her forces, an end to all hostilities, recognition of your rule. All she asks is justice for the man who betrayed both sovereigns." "And if I refuse?" His smile thinned. Then the mercenaries from the Western Isles will complete their contract. I believe they are engaging your eastern flank as we speak. I closed my eyes, thinking rapidly. If I refused and transported myself to the battlefield as planned, I might save our forces. But at what cost to the kingdom? A prolonged war against 3 enemies would devastate Lunaria, leaving countless dead even if we eventually prevailed. If I accepted, I need proof beyond these papers, I said finally. Evidence that cannot be forged. The envoy nodded as if he'd anticipated this. We thought you might say that. He snapped his fingers, and a guard entered bearing a small chest. Prince Dorian maintained a secret cache of documents in an abandoned watchtower near the border, the envoy explained as the chest was placed before me. One he visited regularly during his diplomatic missions for your crown. I frowned. Dorian had indeed undertaken several border inspections at my request. The chest bore his family crest, not a forgery, but an heirloom. With a whispered word, I checked for magical traps, then opened it. Inside lay more documents, maps of palace defenses, schedules of guard rotations, detailed notes on my magical abilities and their limitations. All in Dorian's unmistakable hand. Most damning of all was a small portrait, Dorian standing beside Queen Alicia, both smiling, their hands clasped in what appeared to be an alliance. When was this painted? I demanded, my voice hardly more than a whisper. 3 weeks ago, the envoy replied, during his last inspection of the eastern provinces. 3 weeks ago, when Dorian had claimed to be surveying our defenses, when he had returned to my bed with stories of troop movements and fortifications. Pain lanced through me, sharper than any blade. Had it all been lies? The tenderness in his touch, the vulnerability in his eyes when he spoke of his past, the passion in his kiss? Was it all merely the performance of a master manipulator? I thought of his laughter that first day in my throne room. Not fear, not respect, but amusement. The confidence of a man already certain of his victory. Your Majesty, Captain Thorne interrupted my thoughts, entering with a bow. The situation on the battlefield grows dire. We must have your decision. I looked back to the scrying mirror, where I could see our forces now struggling against enemies on multiple fronts. Dorian fought valiantly, rallying troops around him, playing his part to the very end, or fighting genuinely for the kingdom, for me, as he had claimed. Love me, and you will rule beside me. Betray me, and you will burn. I had spoken those words to him in the privacy of my chambers, a half-serious warning delivered between kisses. Now they echoed in my mind like a prophecy. The choice before me was impossible. Trust Dorian despite the evidence and risk my kingdom, or sacrifice him to save everything I'd built. Your Majesty, Captain Thorne prompted, we await your command. I straightened, my decision crystallizing with painful clarity. Tell the Viridian envoy I accept his terms, I said, my voice hollow. On the condition that Queen Elysia's forces withdraw immediately. The mercenaries must also stand down before... I swallowed hard. Before justice is delivered. Captain Thorne's eyes widened slightly. He had seen Dorian and me together and understood what this decision must cost me. But he bowed without comment. As preparations were made, I retreated to my sanctuary, unable to bear the sympathetic glances of my court. Through the scrying mirror, I watched as messengers rode to the battlefield, bearing white flags. Gradually, impossibly, the fighting ceased. I couldn't watch when they took Dorian. I turned away from the mirror, my fingers gripping the windowsill until my knuckles whitened. Behind me, the door opened softly. It's done, Your Majesty, Lady Merrick said quietly. Prince Dorian has been taken into custody. He asks to see you. I closed my eyes. Where is he? In the Eastern Tower, where you first confined him. How fitting. A circle was completed. I found him standing at the same window where I'd first truly spoken with him, though now heavy chains bound his wrists. He turned at my entrance, his face calm despite the guards flanking him. "Leave us," I commanded. The guards hesitated, but a flicker of magic at my fingertips sent them retreating, closing the door behind them. For a long moment, we simply looked at one another. "Is it true?" I finally asked, my voice scarcely audible. Dorian's eyes never left mine. "Which part?" "Any of it. All of it." I gestured helplessly. The letters, the meetings with Elysia, the plans to use me. "No," he said firmly. "None of it is true." I wanted desperately to believe him. "They have documents, Dorian, in your hand, bearing your seal, maps of our defenses, notes on my magical weaknesses, a portrait of you with Elysia." "Forgeries?" he insisted. "Skillful ones, but forgeries nonetheless." He moved toward me, chains clinking with each step. "Celine, look at me. You know me. Would I betray you? After everything?" I studied his face, the face that had become more precious to me than my crown, than my power, than perhaps my own life. No deception showed in those twilight eyes, only pain and pleading. "The portrait. I've never met Queen Elysia," he interrupted. "Never. Such an image could only be created through magic or exceptional artistic skill." "Magic. Of course." The realization struck me like lightning. "A composite," I breathed, "created by someone with sufficient knowledge of both your appearances." Hope flickered across his features. "Yes, exactly." My mind raced. But why? Why this elaborate deception to frame you specifically? "Because I'm your weakness," he said softly. "They couldn't defeat you militarily, couldn't match your magic, but they found the one way to make you defeat yourself." The truth of his words resonated with me. I had been manipulated, not by Dorian, but by our enemies. The envoy, I realized. He arrived precisely when our forces were most vulnerable, when I'd be forced to make an impossible choice with incomplete information. I moved closer to him, my hands rising to cup his face. "I almost sacrificed you." "But you haven't yet," he whispered, "and now you know the truth." I pressed my forehead to his. "I'm sorry I doubted you, even for a moment." "I would have doubted too," he admitted. The evidence was designed to be overwhelming. The immediacy of our situation crashed back upon me. "The envoy expects me to execute you. The peace treaty depends on it." A grim smile touched his lips. "Then it seems we need a better plan." As twilight fell, the palace courtyard filled with solemn witnesses. A platform had been erected, black-draped and ominous. The Viridian envoy stood at its edge, his silver hair gleaming in the torchlight. I ascended the steps slowly, my morning gown sweeping behind me. The crowd fell silent as I took my place. "Bring forth the prisoner," I commanded, my voice carrying across the courtyard. Guards led Dorian forward, still in chains. His head was held high, his gaze locked with mine as he climbed the steps to stand before me. "Dorian Blackwood," I began, the formal words bitter on my tongue. "You have been found guilty of treason against the crown of Lunaria." A murmur ran through the crowd. Many had seen Dorian at my side these past weeks, and had begun to accept, even embrace, his presence in court. "The punishment for such treason is death," I continued. "Do you have any final words?" Dorian's eyes never left mine. "Only that I have loved Lunaria, and its queen, with every breath I've drawn. I die loyal to both." The raw emotion in his voice was unmistakable, Around us, I sensed the crowd's uncertainty, their growing discomfort with the proceedings. I turned to the Viridian envoy. "Your queen's terms have been met. The prisoner is prepared for execution." The envoy nodded, satisfied. "Queen Alicia will honor her promise. Our forces have already withdrawn." "Good," I said, turning back to Dorian. "Then we may proceed." I stepped closer to him, raising my hands. Magic gathered around my fingertips, not the gentle silver light Dorian had grown accustomed to, but crackling red energy that spoke of death and destruction. "For the crime of treason," I declared, "I, Selene, Queen of Lunaria, sentence you." The courtyard held its breath. To witness the price of those who truly betrayed this kingdom. Before the envoy could react, I spun, directing my gathered power not at Dorian, but at the chest of evidence, placed prominently on the platform. The magic struck like lightning, illuminating the complex enchantments woven into the documents inside. Enchantments designed to create perfect forgeries, to plant false memories, to deceive even the most careful eye. "Behold!" I cried as the chest's contents burned with fire, revealing the spells hidden within. "The true treason, an attempt to manipulate your queen into executing an innocent man through magical deception." The crowd gasped. The envoy lunged forward, but found himself frozen in place by a flick of my wrist. "Search him," I commanded the guards. They found what our hasty investigation had led us to expect: a witch's charm hidden in his robes, reeking of forbidden magic. Not my magic, but the darker arts practiced in secret by those who publicly denounced all enchantment. "Hypocrisy," I announced, holding up the charm for all to see. "Queen Alicia condemns me as a witch while employing forbidden magic herself. She sought not justice but Lunaria's downfall, using Prince Dorian as a pawn in her game." I gestured, and Dorian's chains fell away. "Prince Dorian Blackwood is innocent of all charges. Moreover, he has proven himself Lunaria's most loyal defender, risking his life in battle while others plotted from the shadows." The crowd's mood shifted, confusion giving way to anger, not at Dorian or myself, but at the deception practiced upon them. "Return to your queen," I told the envoy as I released him from my magical hold. "Tell her that Lunaria is not fooled by her schemes. Tell her that we stand united, the Witch Queen and the Blackwood Prince. And should she move against us again, she will face the full force of our combined strength." As the envoy was led away, the crowd erupted in cheers. Dorian turned to me, his eyes shining with more than just the reflected torchlight. "That wasn't precisely the plan we discussed," he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. I took his hand openly before our people. I improvised. Later, as we stood on the balcony overlooking the celebrating city, Dorian drew me into his arms. "You could have trusted the plan," he said softly. "The sleeping draft, the secret escape, the puppet funeral. It would have worked." I nestled against him, breathing in his familiar scent. "It would have meant giving you up, at least in the eyes of the kingdom. I found I couldn't bear that, not even as a ruse." His arms tightened around me. "So instead you risked everything on a public revelation." "I risked everything the moment I fell in love with you," I admitted, the words I had kept guarded finally spilling forth. "Today, I merely acknowledged what I've known for weeks." He pulled back slightly, surprise and joy illuminating his features. "Say it again." I smiled, raising my hand to trace the line of his jaw. "I love you, Dorian Blackwood. Against all reason, against all caution." His answering smile was radiant. "And I love you, Selene, my witch, my queen, my heart." When he kissed me, magic sparked around us unbidden, visible to the crowds below, who cheered even louder at this display. Let them see, I thought. Let them know that their queen had found not just power, but love. Spring came to Lunaria with unusual beauty that year. The fields bloomed earlier, the rains fell gentler, and the sun shone warmer, whether from natural fortune or the happiness of a witch queen whose magic flowed through the land, none could say for certain. In the throne room, I received petitioners with Dorian at my side, no longer as an advisor but as an equal, his circle of office matching the crown upon my brow. The court had adapted quickly to our shared rule, finding that the balance we provided served the kingdom well. "The last petition, your majesties," the herald announced as an elderly woman approached the throne. She bowed creakily, then looked up with keen eyes. "I come not with a request, but with a gift," she said, her voice stronger than her appearance suggested. "For your upcoming nuptials." I felt Dorian's hand tighten on mine. Our wedding, scheduled for the summer solstice, had become the kingdom's most anticipated celebration. "You honor us," Dorian replied warmly, "though no gifts are necessary." The woman smiled, revealing she was perhaps not as old as she first appeared. "This one is." From her sleeve, she withdrew a small crystalline vial. A rare potion brewed only once a century when the celestial alignment permits. I leaned forward, my magical senses tingling. "What does it do?" "It binds souls," she said simply. "Not in the way of common marriage, but deeper. What one feels, the other senses. What one suffers, the other shares. What one celebrates, the other enjoys." Her eyes twinkled. "It is a great risk and a greater blessing." Murmurs spread through the court. Such magic was ancient, powerful, and dangerous in the wrong hands. "Why offer this to us?" I asked cautiously. The woman's gaze softened. "Because Lunaria has suffered the divide between magic and mundane for too long. Your union heals an ancient wound. This potion ensures it can never be torn open again." I exchanged glances with Dorian, reading the question in his eyes. After all, we had endured, after the trust we had built. Was this final magic necessary? "We will consider your gift with the gravity it deserves," Dorian told the woman diplomatically. She bowed again and retreated, leaving the vial on the steps before the throne. That night, in the privacy of our chambers, Dorian held the vial up to the moonlight, studying the iridescent liquid within. "What do your magical senses tell you?" he asked. I brushed my fingers over the crystal, feeling the power pulsing within. "It's genuine. Ancient magic, powerful beyond anything I could create myself." I met his gaze. "And potentially dangerous. If one of us were injured, the other would feel it," he finished. "If one died, the other would never be whole again," I whispered. He set the vial down carefully. "A literal interpretation of your vow. Love me and rule beside me, betray me and we both burn." I smiled faintly at the reminder. "A vow made in a very different time. But still true," he said, taking my hands in his. "Whatever you decide about this potion, know that I already consider myself bound to you in every way that matters." I studied his beloved face, thinking of all we had overcome. The fallen prince and the witch queen, unlikely allies, more unlikely lovers, now poised to reshape a kingdom together. "We don't need magic to bind us," I said finally. "We've forged our bond through trials greater than any spell could create." Relief softened his features. "So we decline the gift?" I picked up the vial, feeling its weight, symbolic and literal. "We accept the sentiment behind it, but rely on what we've built ourselves." I set it aside. After all, the greatest magic I've ever known isn't in potions or spells. "Oh," he inquired, pulling me close. "And what might that be?" I smiled up at him. the witch queen who had conquered a kingdom only to surrender her heart. "This," I whispered, rising on tiptoes to kiss him. "Just this." As our lips met, silver light swirled around us, magic responding not to incantation or ritual, but simply to love, the most ancient and powerful force of all. In the years that followed, Lunaria would flourish under our joint rule. Magic would gradually return to the kingdom, not as something feared, but as a natural part of life. The Witch Queen and her prince consort would become legends, not for conquest or power, but for the love that had healed a divided realm. And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung full and the sky speckled with silver, I would stand on our balcony with Dorian's arms around me and think of how differently things might have ended, how close we had come to tragedy, how narrowly we had averted it. "What are you thinking?" he would ask, his voice soft against my hair. And I would turn in his embrace, my witch's power glowing gently around us. "That some choices are worth burning for," I would reply, "but I'm glad we found another way." The lunar veil shimmered above me like a gossamer curtain of starlight, but something darker lurked behind its ethereal beauty. Blood had been spilled on nights like this before. Witch blood, vampire blood, all of it seeping into the earth beneath my feet. I could feel it calling to my magic, ancient violence resonating with the power that coursed through my veins. I hadn't meant to venture this far from the Coven's sanctuary. The Boundary Woods held dangers far worse than vampires, things that slithered through shadow and whispered promises that could drive even the strongest witch mad. But something pulled me forward, each step carrying me deeper into the midnight realm where magic grew wild and untamed. My fingers tingled with excess energy, small sparks of violet light dancing between them. The magic within me responded to the rare alignment above, growing stronger with each passing moment. As a daughter of the enchanted coven, I'd been taught to fear this raw power, to contain it within the strict boundaries of our ancient laws. We all knew the stories of witches who'd let their power run unchecked, how they'd transformed into creatures of pure magic, their humanity burning away like morning mist. I reached a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on the grass. The rational part of my mind urged me to turn back, to return to the safety of the Coven's walls. Instead, I lifted my face to the stars and let my power flow freely for the first time in my life. Purple light erupted from my palms, weaving through the air in intricate patterns that matched the rhythm of my heartbeat. The magic sang through my blood, sweet and seductive, promising things I'd never dared to dream. "Beautiful," a voice murmured from the shadows, rich as dark honey, and just as dangerous. I spun around, magic crackling defensively around my fingers. He emerged from the darkness like a figure from a dream, tall and elegant, with features that seemed carved from marble. But it was his eyes that caught me, ancient and sorrowful despite the gentle smile playing at his lips. They held centuries of pain, of watching civilizations rise and fall, of loving and losing until the weight of memory became almost unbearable. I knew instantly what he was. Vampire. The air grew thick with the scent of copper and roses, his power manifesting in response to mine. I'd been taught that vampire magic was corrupt, a twisted mockery of true power. But this was something else entirely. Dark and intoxicating, yes, but with an underlying complexity that called to something deep within my soul. "You should run," he said softly, though he made no move to attack. His fangs gleamed in the moonlight, not threateningly, but as a reminder of what he was, what he needed to survive. That would be the wise choice. I should have. Every lesson, every warning, every story I'd ever heard screamed at me to flee. The last witch who'd fallen for a vampire's charms had been found drained and cold, her magic twisted into something that still haunted the border woods. But beneath his predator's grace, I sensed a pain that echoed my own loneliness. "I'm not afraid." "No," he mused, taking a careful step closer. The shadows seemed to curl around him like loyal pets. "You're not, are you? I'm Marcus." Lola. The name slipped out before I could stop it. My magic, rather than recoiling from his darkness as I'd been taught it would, reached for him like tendrils of light seeking warmth. The air between us crackled with possibility and danger. He noticed, his eyes widening slightly as purple sparkles danced in the air between us. They mixed with his shadows, creating complex patterns. "Your power. It's extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. Most witchlight burns us, but yours? It's stronger tonight, under the lunar veil." I didn't know why I was telling him this, sharing secrets with a creature I'd been raised to despise. Yet something about his presence felt right, as if the universe itself had orchestrated this moment. The old books say the veil thins the boundaries between all realms, life and death, light and shadow. "Yes," Marcus said, now close enough that I could see flecks of blood red in his dark eyes. "It strips away illusion, showing us things as they truly are." His hand lifted, hesitating just shy of touching the magic that swirled around me. "May I?" I nodded, my breath catching as his fingers brushed through the violet light. Instead of dissipating as I expected, my magic intensified, wrapping around his hand like a caress. Where it touched him, his shadows transformed, becoming something neither light nor dark, but beautifully, terrifyingly other. A gasp escaped him, wonder replacing the sorrow in his expression. "Impossible," he whispered. "I haven't felt anything so purely alive in centuries." His voice caught on the word alive, centuries of loss echoing in that single syllable. My heart raced as he stepped closer still, our energies intertwining in the space between us. Everything I'd been taught about vampires, their coldness, their cruelty, their emptiness, crumbled in the face of the gentle awe I saw in Marcus's eyes. Yet I couldn't forget what he was. Even now, I could sense the predator beneath his civilized veneer, the hunger that was as much a part of him as magic was of me. That first night changed everything. We talked until dawn threatened the horizon, sharing pieces of ourselves that we'd never dared show anyone else. He told me of his turning centuries ago, of watching everyone he loved grow old and die while he remained unchanged, of the madness that took some vampires after their first century, when the weight of accumulated time became too much to bear. I spoke of the suffocating weight of coven expectations, of being the most powerful witch of my generation, but never being allowed to fully embrace that power, of the whispers that followed me, wondering if I'd follow in my grandmother's footsteps. They'd executed her for dark magic when I was young. Her screams still haunted my dreams. "I should go," I said finally, though every fiber of my being protested the idea of leaving. "The coven will notice my absence, and they will be looking for me. The stronger a witch's power, the more closely she was watched." Marcus caught my hand as I turned to leave, his touch sending shivers of electricity through my entire body. His skin was cool, but everywhere our flesh met, heat bloomed. "Will you come back tomorrow night?" I knew I shouldn't. The penalty for consorting with vampires was severe, exile at best, a fate worse than death at worst. The coven had ways of binding a witch's power that left her trapped inside her own mind, aware but unable to access the magic that was as essential as breathing. But looking into his eyes, I couldn't imagine staying away. Yes. That promise marked the beginning of our secret romance. Night after night, I slipped away from the coven to meet him in our clearing. Sometimes we talked for hours, sharing stories and dreams. Other times we sat in comfortable silence, my magic dancing around us both as he held me close. Always, there was the underlying current of danger, the knowledge that discovery would mean destruction for us both. Marcus showed me a different side of vampire nature than the stories I'd been told. He was thoughtful, kind, and carried a deep appreciation for beauty that centuries of life hadn't diminished. When he looked at me, I felt truly seen for the first time in my life. Yet he never hid his darker nature. I learned to recognize the signs of his hunger, the way his eyes tracked the pulse in my throat, how his fangs would emerge when passion ran high. Our first kiss happened beneath a crescent moon. His lips were cool against mine, but they warmed quickly as magic sparked between us. I tasted copper as his fangs grazed my lower lip, not breaking the skin, but promising darker pleasures. The moment we touched, power surged through me like never before, turning every nerve ending to starlight. Marcus pulled back with a gasp, his eyes wide with wonder and tinged with crimson. "Your magic," he breathed. "It's inside me. I can feel it." A drop of my blood stained his lips, and where it touched him, his skin seemed to glow from within. I could feel him too, the depth of his emotions, the weight of his years, the growing light in his soul that matched the glow in mine. But I also felt his darkness, the predator's instincts that were as much a part of him as his heart. It should have frightened me. Instead, it thrilled me. From that moment on, our bond grew stronger with each passing night. My magic responded to his presence instinctively, reaching for him even before I saw him. And though he had no magic of his own, I swore I could feel echoes of power stirring in him when we were together. Sometimes, in moments of passion, my magic would sink into him completely, making his eyes glow with violet fire. But paradise, as always, proved fleeting. The first sign of trouble came in the form of whispers among the coven elders, stories of strange magical disturbances in the boundary woods, of power signatures that didn't match any known spells. Worse were the reports of dead animals found drained of blood, their bodies surrounded by circles of wildflowers that bloomed out of season, vampire feeding mixed with witch magic, in a way that terrified both sides. I knew they were sensing the unique blend of my magic with Marcus's vampire energy. But I couldn't stop meeting him. The thought of never seeing him again hurt more than any punishment the coven could devise. My power grew stronger with each encounter, responding to his darkness in ways that both thrilled and frightened me. The vampire clan noticed too. Marcus told me of growing suspicion among his kind, of questions about where he disappeared to each night. Some claimed they could smell witch magic on him, while others whispered that he was changing, becoming something neither fully vampire nor fully human. We knew discovery was inevitable, but we clung to our stolen moments with desperate intensity. Each kiss carried the taste of danger, each touch held the possibility of revelation. My magic began to show traces of shadow, while Marcus's vampire nature took on aspects of light. We were changing each other in fundamental ways, becoming something entirely new. The breaking point came during the harvest moon. Blood magic ran strongest on such nights, and both vampires and witches grew more dangerous with its influence. We'd been careless, too lost in each other to notice the search parties until they were upon us. Witches and vampires converged on our clearing from all sides, their shock at finding us together quickly turning to rage. Abomination. The coven leader's voice cracked like thunder as she saw Marcus's arms around me, my magic wrapped protectively around us both. Her own power manifested as sickly green light that reeked of decay, proof that her public face of purity hid darker practices. You dare corrupt one of our own. The vampire elder's response was equally venomous, his ancient form shifting between man and monster, as his control slipped. "Marcus, you dishonor your entire bloodline by consorting with this witch. Have you forgotten what their kind did to your sister?" I felt Marcus tense beside me, an old pain flaring through our bond. Later, he would tell me the full story, how his sister had fallen in love with a witch centuries ago, how the coven had turned her into a living weapon against her own kind. But in that moment, his voice remained steady. The only dishonor is in clinging to ancient hatred when love offers a better way. Love? The coven leader spat the word like poison, and the grass withered where her spittle landed. There can be no love between light and shadow. Lola, step away from that creature now, and perhaps we can cleanse you of this taint. But I stood my ground, power building around me like a storm. Where my magic met Marcus's darkness, it created something new. Neither light nor shadow, but a force that made reality itself shudder. He's not the monster here. You are. All of you. Letting blind prejudice rule your hearts. The battle that followed was chaos. Spells and vampire powers clashed as both sides attempted to tear us apart. Marcus and I fought back to back, his strength complementing my magic in perfect harmony. Blood and power mingled in the air as ancient enemies unleashed centuries of hatred. But we were badly outnumbered, and eventually, they separated us. As they dragged us away from one another, I heard Marcus's voice in my mind, stronger than ever before. "The Astral Grove. It's real, Lola. Meet me at the ancient oak when the moon is highest tomorrow night. We'll find it together." They locked me in the coven's strongest containment chamber, thinking their wards would hold me. The walls were carved with runes of binding and painted with the blood of sacrificed magical creatures. They didn't understand that my power had grown beyond their comprehension since meeting Marcus. Love had transformed my magic into something entirely new. I waited until the moon reached its peak, before shattering their wards like glass. The backlash killed the guards instantly, their bodies turning to ash as the corrupted magic they'd wielded consumed them from within. I felt a moment of regret, but not guilt. They'd chosen their path, as I had chosen mine. The ancient oak wasn't far. It stood exactly halfway between coven and vampire territories, marking the boundary line neither side was supposed to cross. Its branches had been watered with blood from both sides over the centuries, creating a nexus of dark power that made my skin crawl. Marcus was already there when I arrived, looking battle-worn but determined. Fresh blood stained his lips. He'd had to fight his way out too. "I knew you'd come." He pulled me close, kissing me with fierce desperation before pulling back to cup my face in his hands. "The Astral Grove lies 3 days' journey to the north, hidden in a valley where the veils between worlds are thinnest. But the path will be dangerous. Both sides will hunt us." "I don't care," I said, meaning it with every fiber of my being. My magic reached for him instinctively, purple light twining with his shadows until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. "I choose you, Marcus. I choose us." We ran that night, and every night that followed. During the day, Marcus took shelter in whatever safe spaces we could find, while I wove protection spells around us. At night, we traveled swiftly through shadow and starlight, always moving closer to our destination. They pursued us relentlessly. Witch hunters on spelled brooms filled the skies while vampire trackers stalked the ground. More than once we nearly fell into their traps. But each time, our bond grew stronger. My magic and his vampiric abilities began to blend in ways that should have been impossible, creating something entirely new. We encountered other horrors in the dark places between settlements, things that hunted both witch and vampire alike. Shapeshifters drunk on moonlight, ancient spirits hungry for the taste of magic, demons drawn to the unique power our union created. Each battle left us stronger, but also more changed. our very natures shifting into something that had never existed before. On the third night, as we crested a moonlit hill, we saw it. A valley filled with trees that glowed with their own inner light, their leaves shimmering with colors that didn't exist in our world. The astral grove. But something was wrong. The light pulsed like a heartbeat, and shadows writhed between the trees in ways that defied natural law. Our pursuers had caught up. Both coven and clan surrounded us, cutting off all escape routes except forward. We ran for the grove's entrance, magic and shadow swirling around us as spells and attacks rained down from all sides. Just before we reached the threshold, the coven leader appeared in front of us, her power manifesting as burning white light that barely concealed the corruption at its core. "You'll destroy everything we've built, everything we've protected for generations." "No," I said, raising my hand as Marcus stood beside me, our powers perfectly united. "We'll build something better." Power exploded from us both, my magic and his darkness weaving together into something beautiful and terrible. The combined force knocked our pursuers back, creating an opening just wide enough to slip through. But it also changed them, our unified power rewriting the very essence of those it touched. Witches gasped as shadows curled through their light, while vampires hissed as sparks of magic ignited in their blood. We crossed into the astral grove hand in hand. The moment we passed the boundary, everything changed. Power thrummed through the air around us, ancient and alive and hungry. The trees sang with voices like silver bells, but their song spoke of blood and transformation as much as beauty. A figure materialized before us, neither witch nor vampire, but something older than both. Her form shifted like smoke, but her eyes remained fixed on our joined hands. Where she walked, reality rippled like water, showing glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities. "You seek sanctuary," she said, her voice echoing with the weight of ages. "We seek acceptance," Marcus corrected gently, though his grip on my hand tightened. "A place where love matters more than ancient divisions." The figure smiled, and the entire grove seemed to brighten. Yet in that light, I saw the truth. This was no simple paradise, but a place of power and transformation. "Show me your hearts." Light filled us both, not the burning white of coven magic or the darkness of vampire power, but something in between, something new. In that moment, I felt everything Marcus felt, saw every memory that had shaped him, the pain of his turning, the loneliness of centuries, the joy of finding me. And he saw me too, all of me, every dream and fear and hope I'd ever held. "Your love has already changed the world," the figure said softly. "Look." We turned to see our pursuers frozen at the grove's entrance, watching in wonder as our combined power transformed the very air around them. Where light and shadow met, they created colors never seen before in our world. The hatred in their eyes slowly gave way to understanding as they witnessed what was possible when ancient enemies chose love instead of fear. The figure raised her hands, and the grove's power swept outward like a tide, touching everyone present. "The walls between your peoples have stood for too long. Perhaps it's time for new traditions to take root." Changes rippled through both crowds. Witch's magic began to shimmer with hints of shadow, while darkness around the vampires sparked with points of light. The transformation was beautiful to behold, not a corruption of either side, but an evolution into something greater than both. "The grove accepts you," the figure declared, "and through you, it accepts all who choose love over hatred. You may make your home here, and any others who wish to follow your path will be welcomed as well." As the ancient figure's words echoed through the grove, I watched in awe as magic rippled outward like waves on a moonlit lake. Each pulse of power brought more changes, transforming the hatred that had divided our peoples for centuries into something beautiful and new. Marcus drew me close, his touch sending sparks of violet light dancing across my skin. "Look," he whispered, gesturing to where the coven leader stood frozen in wonder. Her sickly green magic had transformed into swirls of emerald and silver, darkness and light weaving together in perfect harmony. The vampire elder approached us slowly, his ancient eyes wide with revelation. The predatory edge that had always marked his kind had softened, tempered by traces of witchlight that glimmered beneath his skin. "In all my centuries," he murmured, "I never imagined such beauty could exist." Our magics continued to blend and evolve, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced through the air like the aurora borealis. Where they touched the grove's crystalline trees, new blooms burst forth, flowers that glowed with their own inner light and spread a sense of peace through all who beheld them. "The path you've chosen will not be easy," the grove's guardian cautioned, her form shifting like smoke in the wind. "To bridge two worlds requires great strength of heart. Are you prepared for what lies ahead?" I looked at Marcus, seeing in his eyes the same certainty I felt in my soul. Our bond hummed between us, stronger than ever. "We are," we answered as one. She nodded, and the grove itself seemed to bow in response. "Then let this place be your sanctuary and your home. Here, you may build the future you dream of, where others like you can find acceptance and peace." As if responding to her words, the grove began to change. The glowing trees parted, revealing a path that led deeper into the heart of this magical realm. Along its edges, small cottages grew from the living wood, each one a perfect blend of witchcraft and vampire aesthetics. Gardens flourished with night-blooming flowers that sparkled with magical energy. "It's perfect," I breathed, watching as more changes rippled outward. A great hall emerged in the center of the grove, its walls transparent like crystal, but strong as diamond. Within its depths, I could see spaces for teaching, for healing, for bringing together those who sought to transcend the old divisions. Marcus pulled me closer, pressing a gentle kiss to my temple. His touch sent waves of pleasure through our bond, and I felt his joy mingling with mine. "Our home," he murmured against my skin, "the beginning of something new." Others stepped forward, young witches whose power had never quite fit the coven's rigid structures, vampires who had grown weary of endless darkness. In their eyes, I saw the same longing for acceptance that had first drawn Marcus and me together. The Guardian watched with approval as small groups began to explore the grove, their magics already starting to shift and change. "Remember," she said softly, "love is the greatest magic of all. Let it guide you as you build this new community." With those words, she faded into the mist, leaving us to begin our new life. The next few months passed in a blur of activity as we worked to establish our haven. Marcus and I took up residence in a cottage near the grove's heart, where morning sun filtered through enchanted windows that protected him from its harmful rays. Each night, we walked through the grove together, our combined power helping to strengthen the magical barriers that kept our sanctuary safe. More seekers arrived with each passing moon, those who dreamed of a world where love knew no boundaries. We welcomed them all, teaching them to embrace the beautiful fusion of light and shadow that our love had birthed. Our cottage became a place of warmth and tender moments. I learned to delight in the way Marcus would pull me into his arms as sunrise approached, his cool skin warming wherever our flesh met. He discovered a passion for tending the magical gardens, his former darkness now nurturing new life. On clear nights, we would lie in a meadow of luminous flowers, watching as our magics danced together in the star-filled sky. His fingers would trace patterns on my skin, each touch igniting sparks of pleasure that made the very air shimmer around us. In those moments, the weight of centuries seemed to lift from his shoulders, replaced by a peace I'd never seen before. The transformation of our peoples continued, spreading beyond the grove's boundaries. those who had once hunted us now sought our guidance, drawn by the promise of evolution rather than corruption. The old hatred began to fade, replaced by curiosity and hope. One evening, as we sat entwined on our cottage's porch, watching the sunset paint the grove in shades of gold and purple, Marcus touched my face with infinite tenderness. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked softly. "Leaving everything behind?" I turned to kiss his palm, feeling our magic surge at the contact. "Never," I assured him. "You are my home now. This place, this life we're building together, it's everything I never knew I needed." His smile lit up the growing darkness, and when he kissed me, I tasted the future on his lips. Endless possibilities stretching out before us like the star-filled sky above. Our magic swirled around us, light and shadow dancing together in perfect harmony. In the years that followed, our haven grew into a beacon of hope for both witches and vampires. The grove blossomed under our care, its magic evolving to support the unique blend of powers that now called it home. Children born to our community manifested abilities never seen before: healing shadows, protective darkness, light that nurtured rather than burned. Marcus and I remained at its heart, our love growing stronger with each passing season. The weight of immortality that had once tormented him became a gift rather than a curse, offering us countless years to explore the depths of our connection and watch our dream take root. Every night, as I fall asleep in his arms, I think about that first meeting in the Boundary Woods. How the lunar veil had lifted ancient shrouds, allowing us to see past centuries of prejudice to the truth in one another's hearts. Our love had changed more than just ourselves. It had opened a door to a future where light and shadow could dance together in endless, beautiful possibility. The grove pulses with magic around us, a living testament to the power of choosing love over fear. And as I drift into dreams, wrapped in Marcus's embrace and surrounded by the home we've built together, I know that every step of our journey, every hardship we faced, led us exactly where we were meant to be. In the end, it wasn't about light conquering darkness or shadow subduing light. It was about finding the beauty that exists in between, in the sacred space where opposites meet and transform into something greater than either could be alone. Our love had written a new story, one that would echo through generations to come, proving that the most powerful magic of all lies in having the courage to choose love again and again, with every beat of our eternal hearts. The night my son was born, I died. Not in the poetic sense people use to describe transformation, but in the cold, clinical reality of a delivery room gone wrong. My heart stopped beating for 2 minutes and 17 seconds, while doctors fought to save both me and the tiny life I had carried for 9 months. I remember nothing of those moments, only darkness, then waking to the sound of my son's first cry. The nurses called it a miracle. I called him Jeremy. Even in those early days, while my body healed and my mind tried to make sense of how close I'd come to never knowing my child, I sensed something different about him. The way his eyes, so dark brown they seemed almost black, focused not on faces, but somewhere beyond them. How he startled at sounds others couldn't hear. How he settled only when I hummed a specific melody, one I didn't remember learning, but somehow knew by heart. "He's special," I whispered to Jason one night as we watched our son sleep. "He sees things differently." Jason squeezed my hand and smiled. "Of course he is. He's ours." I wanted to believe that would be enough. By the time Jeremy turned 3, the word different had transformed into appointments, evaluations, and finally, a diagnosis. Autism spectrum disorder. 3 words that the specialist delivered with careful neutrality, while I sat rigid in an uncomfortable chair, clutching Jeremy's hand as he meticulously lined up colored blocks on the floor, oblivious to the way these words were reshaping our world. Early intervention is key, they told me, sliding glossy brochures across the desk. Speech therapy, occupational therapy, behavioral therapy. The sooner we start, the better the outcomes. I nodded, collected the papers, and walked Jeremy to the car. He hummed softly as I buckled him in, his fingers dancing in patterns only he understood. Not once had he called me Mama. Not once had he formed words the way other children did. Instead, he communicated through a complex language of gestures, sounds, and expressions that I was still learning to translate. That night, I spread the brochures across our kitchen table after Jeremy was asleep. Jason came in late from work, his tie loosened, eyes tired. "How did it go?" he asked, dropping his keys on the counter. "They confirmed it," I said, pushing a brochure toward him. "Autism." He picked it up, flipped through it, then set it down with a sigh. "What does this mean? Will he ever talk? Will he be normal?" The word stung. "Normal isn't the goal," I said. "Happy is. Healthy is. You know what I mean, Q. He only used my nickname when he was trying to soften something. I'm just trying to understand what our life looks like now." Our life. It had been a fragile construct even before Jeremy. Two people who fell in love young, who married quickly when I got pregnant, who were still figuring out how to be partners when we suddenly became parents. And now this. "It looks like therapy appointments," I said. "Insurance battles. Learning new ways to connect with our son. It looks like loving him exactly as he is." Jason nodded, but I saw the distance in his eyes, the fear. I recognized it because I felt it too. But beneath my fear lived something fiercer, a determination that had awakened the moment they placed Jeremy in my arms. I would move mountains for this child. I would learn whatever language he spoke. I would make the world see his magic. I just didn't know I would have to do it alone. 6 months later, I came home from work to find Jason's closet half empty, and a note on the kitchen counter. I tried Q. I really did, but I can't do this. The silence, the meltdowns, the constant worry. It's crushing me. You're stronger than I am. You always have been. Jeremy needs you more than he needs me anyway. I've arranged for my portion of the mortgage to be paid through the end of the year. I'm sorry. I read it twice, then crumpled it in my fist. The house was quiet. Mrs. Abernathy from next door had Jeremy for another hour. I had time to fall apart before I needed to be whole again. So I did. I screamed until my throat burned. I threw a glass against the wall and watched it shatter. I sank to the floor among the glittering shards and let grief wash over me in waves that threatened to pull me under. But when the doorbell rang, I rose. I wiped my tears, swept up the glass, and opened the door with a smile. "How was he today?" I asked Mrs. Abernathy as Jeremy rushed past me into the house, making a beeline for his favorite spot by the window. "An angel, as always," she said, her kind eyes crinkling. "We fed the birds in the park. He laughed when they ate from his hand." I thanked her, closed the door, and watched my son press his palms against the window, gazing at the evening sky as it shifted from blue to purple. I would tell him about Jason later. Or maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would protect him from knowing he had been too much for his father to love. That night, I held Jeremy close as he slept, his small body curled against mine, his breath warm against my neck. Outside, rain pattered against the roof, a gentle rhythm that matched the beating of my heart. "I will never leave you," I whispered into his dark curls. "I will never find you too much." In his sleep, he sighed and nestled closer, as if he understood. The years that followed taught me strength I didn't know I possessed. I learned to be both mother and father, to work longer hours so I could afford the therapies insurance wouldn't cover, to advocate fiercely in IEP meetings where educators sometimes saw deficits before they saw my brilliant, beautiful boy. I learned to celebrate different milestones. The first time Jeremy maintained eye contact for a full minute, the day he used a picture board to ask for juice, the afternoon he allowed another child to play beside him without retreating into himself. And I learned to forgive, though this came slower. Not Jason. His absence left a wound that throbbed whenever Father's Day approached, or when Jeremy accomplished something remarkable with no one but me to witness it. No. The harder forgiveness was for myself, for the moments when exhaustion made me sharp, when loneliness made me bitter, when I looked at other families and felt the sting of envy. On Jeremy's 7th birthday, I took the day off work. We spent the morning at the ocean, where he loved to watch the waves crash and recede, his body swaying in rhythm with the water. He didn't care about parties or presents. His joy came from sensory experiences, the feel of sand between his toes, the taste of salt on the breeze, the sound of seagulls wheeling overhead. As the sun set, I unpacked the small cake I'd brought. 7 blue candles, one for each year of the miraculous life we'd built together. "Make a wish, Jeremy," I said, lighting the candles one by one. He watched the flames flicker, transfixed. Then, to my surprise, he closed his eyes tightly, a gesture he must have learned from watching other children, since we'd never celebrated with candles before. His lips moved silently, and I held my breath, wondering what wishes lived in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he smiled at me, a rare, full smile that reached his eyes and squeezed my heart. Then he blew out the candles with one determined breath. "What did you wish for?" I asked, though I didn't expect an answer. Jeremy reached for me, placing his small hand against my cheek. His touch was gentle, intentional. In that moment, I understood. His wish was simpler than words could express. Happiness, connection, love, the things we already shared. That night, driving home with Jeremy asleep in the back seat, I saw a shooting star streak across the sky. On impulse, I made a wish of my own, that someday, somehow, I would hear my son's voice. Not because I needed it to love him completely. I already did. But because I longed to know the thoughts he kept locked inside. Life settled into a rhythm over the next 3 years. Jeremy's school created an inclusion program that allowed him to split his time between a special education classroom and mainstream classes with support. He began using a tablet for communication, tapping icons to form simple sentences. His therapists praised his progress, but still, words remained elusive. Every night I read to him, stories of adventure and magic, of brave children and mystical creatures. He listened intently, his eyes tracking the illustrations, his body completely still in a way it rarely was during daylight hours. Sometimes I imagined he was storing up words, collecting them like treasures to use when the time was right. Work became more demanding as I was promoted to senior accountant at the firm. The higher salary meant we could finally move from our cramped apartment to a small house with a backyard, a place where Jeremy could have space to move freely. It had a tiny porch that faced east, perfect for watching the sunrise. We settled in just as summer arrived, bringing warm evenings and star-filled skies. One particularly difficult Tuesday, everything seemed to go wrong. My alarm failed to sound, making us late. Jeremy had a meltdown when his routine was disrupted, refusing to get dressed or eat breakfast. At work, I discovered an error in the quarterly reports that would take hours to fix. By the time I picked Jeremy up from his after-school program, my patience was threadbare. "Just a quiet evening," I murmured as we drove home. "That's all I need." But the universe had other plans. Our new house was old, with the quirks and problems that came with age. That night the air conditioning unit sputtered and died, leaving the interior hot and stuffy despite the open windows. Jeremy, sensitive to temperature changes, grew agitated, pacing the living room and flapping his hands in distress. Nothing calmed him. Not his weighted blanket, not his favorite music, not the deep pressure techniques his occupational therapist had taught me. After an hour of trying, my exhaustion transformed into tears of frustration. "I don't know what you need," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm trying so hard, but I don't know what you need." Jeremy stopped pacing. He looked at me, really looked at me, in that penetrating way he sometimes did, as if he could see beyond the surface to the turmoil beneath. Then he took my hand and led me to the front door. He pointed outside, then back at me. "You want to go outside?" I asked. He nodded, an emphatic bob of his head. I opened the door, and the night air greeted us, cooler than the stifling interior of the house. Jeremy pulled me onto the porch and sat down on the wooden steps. He patted the space beside him, inviting me to join. I sank, bone-tired, and closed my eyes. The chirping of crickets surrounded us, a natural symphony that slowly unwound the tension in my shoulders. When I opened my eyes again, Jeremy had tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. I followed his gaze upward and gasped. The night was clear, the moon a slender crescent, and the stars, oh, the stars were magnificent. They blanketed the heavens, some bright and bold, others faint and flickering, all of them ancient light reaching us across impossible distances. Jeremy's fingers found mine, intertwining with silent understanding. His other hand lifted, pointing to the vast canvas above us. "Beautiful, isn't it?" I whispered. "Those stars have been shining for millions of years, longer than people have been around to see them. Some of them might not even exist anymore. We're just seeing the light they sent out long ago." Jeremy's body stilled in that special way that told me he was absorbing every word. I continued, finding comfort in sharing this moment with him. "When I was little, my grandmother told me that stars are where wishes live. She said when we wish on them, our words travel up and become part of their light." I felt the weight of the day lifting as we sat there, two small figures beneath an infinite sky. Jeremy leaned against me. His fingers traced patterns on my arm, circles, swirls, a secret language written on the skin. A streak of gold suddenly flashed across the darkness, a shooting star, bright and fleeting. "Look!" I exclaimed. "A shooting star! Quick! Make a... Mama!" I froze, my breath catching in my throat, certain I had imagined it. But then Jeremy turned to me, his beautiful eyes reflecting starlight, and said it again. "Mama." 10 years of waiting, of wondering if I would ever hear that word from his lips. 10 years of learning to love the silence, to find joy in other forms of connection. And now, beneath a sky full of ancient light, the miracle I had wished for. Tears slipped down my cheeks as I gathered him close. "Yes," I whispered. "I'm your mama." Jeremy wasn't looking at me anymore. His gaze had returned to the heavens, to the path the shooting star had traced. But his hand pressed against my heart, a gesture more eloquent than any words. I understood then what I should have known all along. Jeremy had always spoken to me, through his eyes, his touch, his unique way of moving through the world. He had been telling me he loved me from the very beginning. He had been showing me how to see magic in ordinary moments, how to find peace in silence, and how to love without conditions or expectations. The word mama was a gift, but it wasn't a miracle. The miracle was Jeremy himself, exactly as he was, exactly as he had always been. And in that moment, something shifted inside me. The last hard edges of resentment toward Jason softened, not because he deserved forgiveness, but because holding on to anger took energy I would rather spend loving my son. Jason had walked away from the most precious relationship in my life, That was his loss, not ours. Summer turned to autumn, and Jeremy continued to surprise me. Mama became part of his daily vocabulary, followed by star, home, and love. Each new word emerged purposefully, used sparingly but always with perfect clarity. His speech therapist was amazed, calling it a breakthrough, though she cautioned me not to expect a flood of language. Some children on the spectrum develop speech in unconventional patterns, she explained. Jeremy seems to be choosing words that carry emotional significance for him. I nodded, thinking of that night under the stars. He speaks when he has something important to say. One blustery October afternoon, I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer. Spam calls were frequent, and I was busy preparing dinner. But something made me pick up. Q, it's Jason. His voice, once so familiar, now seemed to belong to a stranger. I gripped the counter, steadying myself. How did you get this number? I asked. Your mother. I ran into her at the grocery store last week. She told me you and Jeremy moved. A flash of irritation. My mother meant well, but boundaries had never been her strong suit. What do you want, Jason? A pause, filled with the static of years of silence. I'd like to see him, he said finally. To see both of you. I've been doing a lot of thinking, a lot of growing up. The knife I'd been using to chop vegetables glinted under the kitchen light. I set it down carefully. It's been 7 years, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. 7 years without a call, a letter, a birthday card. Nothing. I know. His voice cracked. I know, and I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was selfish and scared, and... I'm not interested in your apology. I cut in. Jeremy is 10 now. He's amazing, and he's done it all without you. Jeremy appeared in the kitchen doorway, his dark eyes curious. He had an uncanny ability to sense when conversations involved him. Who's that? He asked, the words clear though slightly stilted. I covered the phone. Just someone from work, buddy. Why don't you go finish your show? Dinner's almost ready. He lingered a moment longer, studying my face, then nodded and disappeared back into the living room. Was that him? Jason asked, awe in his voice. Was that Jeremy talking? Yes, I said. He started speaking last summer. Q, please. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm asking for a chance. One meeting. If you never want to see me again after that, I'll understand. I closed my eyes, summoning the forgiveness I'd found that night on the porch. Not for Jason's sake, but for my own peace of mind. For Jeremy's future. I'll think about it, I said finally. I need to talk to Jeremy first. This has to be his choice. After hanging up, I leaned against the counter, emotions swirling like autumn leaves caught in a gust. Part of me wanted to protect Jeremy from the possibility of another abandonment. But another part recognized that he deserved the chance to know his father, to decide for himself what role Jason would play in his life. That night, after Jeremy was asleep, I sat on our little porch beneath the stars that had witnessed his first word. The sky was partially clouded, stars peeking through gaps like distant lighthouses guiding ships home. What should I do? I whispered to the heavens. No shooting star appeared with an answer. No divine voice spoke wisdom into the night. But as I sat there, breathing in the crisp autumn air, I felt a sense of calm certainty settle over me. Jeremy was stronger than I sometimes gave him credit for. He navigated a world that wasn't designed for minds like his with grace and determination. He could handle meeting his father, and I could handle whatever came after. We met Jason at a park Jeremy loved, a neutral space where he could retreat to familiar comforts if the interaction became overwhelming. I watched Jason's car pull into the parking lot, noting the premature gray at his temples and the hesitant way he approached us. Jeremy stood beside me, his hand in mine, curious but calm. I had prepared him as best I could, explaining that his father wanted to meet him, and emphasizing that he could leave whenever he wanted. "Your dad made a mistake by staying away," I'd told him. "But that mistake was about him, not about you. You are perfect exactly as you are." Now, as Jason walked toward us, Jeremy squeezed my hand 3 times. Our secret code for "I love you." "Hello, Q," Jason said, stopping a respectful distance away. His eyes moved to Jeremy, filling with wonder. "And you must be Jeremy. You've grown so much." Jeremy studied him with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see through surfaces. "You're my father," he said, the sentence coming out in his deliberate way. Jason nodded, swallowing hard. "Yes, I am. You left." The simple statement hung in the air, neither accusation nor question, just fact. "I did," Jason admitted, his voice rough with emotion. "And that was the biggest mistake of my life." Jeremy considered this, his head tilted slightly. "People make mistakes," he said finally, echoing words I had often used to help him navigate social situations. A ghost of a smile touched Jason's lips. "Yes, they do. Big ones sometimes." Jeremy nodded, accepting this truth with the straightforward wisdom that often took my breath away. "I want to show you something," he said, turning toward the playground. I released his hand, watching as he led Jason to the swings, his favorite spot in the park. To my surprise, Jeremy sat down and asked Jason to push him. As he soared higher, his laughter rang out, a sound so pure it brought tears to my eyes. Standing apart, giving them space for this first tentative connection, I felt something release in my chest. Not forgiveness exactly. That was still evolving, a slow unfurling. But acceptance. Acceptance that our story wasn't finished yet, that new chapters could be written even after painful endings. The reunion didn't immediately transform us into a traditional family. Jason and I had too much history, too many wounds still healing for that. But it did open a door for Jeremy to know the other half of where he came from. Over the following months, Jason became a cautious presence in our lives. Sunday afternoon visits, phone calls, a genuine effort to understand autism and to connect with Jeremy on Jeremy's terms. He marveled at each new word Jeremy spoke, each interest he developed, each milestone he reached. "He's incredible," Jason said one evening, as we watched Jeremy arrange his collection of rocks by type and color, his focus absolute. "I missed so much." "Yes," I agreed, neither softening the truth nor wielding it as a weapon. "You did." Jason nodded, accepting the weight of those years. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for being everything he needed, for being strong enough for both of us." I looked at him then, really looked at him, and saw not the man who had left, but a person humbled by his mistakes, attempting to find his way back to something valuable he had discarded. "I wasn't always strong," I admitted. "There were days I fell apart after he went to sleep. Days I wondered if I was doing enough, being enough." "But you stayed," Jason said. "That's the difference between us." I thought about that night on the porch, about stars and wishes and unexpected perfect words, about how sometimes the miracles we pray for come wrapped in struggle, hidden in heartache, shining in quiet moments of love. "Yes," I said. "I stayed, and I found out that was where the magic was all along." Jeremy turned 11 that spring, celebrating with a small gathering of classmates who had learned to appreciate his unique perspective. He asked for a star-themed party, so I hung fairy lights from trees in our backyard and scattered star-shaped confetti across the tables. We stayed up late that night, just the two of us, lying on a blanket in the grass and watching for shooting stars. "Make a wish," I said, when one streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of silver in its wake. Jeremy closed his eyes, his lips moving silently. When he opened them again, he turned to me with a smile that held all the wisdom and wonder of his beautiful mind. "I already have everything," he said, his hand finding mine in the darkness. I squeezed his fingers, marveling at how this child, this extraordinary, miraculous child, had taught me more about love than anyone else ever could. How he had shown me that words weren't the only way to speak, that silence could be full of meaning, and that the most profound connections transcended language entirely. We had weathered abandonment and found strength in one another. We had faced challenges and discovered joy in unexpected places. We had learned that forgiveness wasn't about erasing the past, but about creating space for a different future. And now, beneath a sky full of ancient light, I made my own silent wish, not for anything we lacked, but in gratitude for everything we'd found, for the journey that had brought us here, to this perfect moment of peace beneath the stars, for the knowledge that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, our hearts speaking the same silent language of unconditional love. Jeremy was my miracle, and miracles didn't need to be understood to be believed. They only needed to be recognized, treasured, and allowed to transform us from the inside out. As we lay there, the night wrapping around us, I knew with absolute certainty that some wishes do come true. Not always in the ways we expect, not always when we hope, but exactly when we need them most. And sometimes, the miracle isn't what we receive, it's what we become along the way. The lavender-scented moisturizer lingered on my fingertips as I smoothed out Carter's wish paper, its cotton-soft texture catching slightly against my work-roughened hands. The translucent purple paper, decorated with tiny silver stars, had been Carter's special choice at the craft store. Perfect for magic, he'd declared with the absolute certainty that only a 6-year-old could possess. "This one's extra special, Mama," he whispered, his minty, fresh breath ghosting across my cheek as he carefully dropped the paper into our wish jar. The glass caught the warm glow of his constellation nightlight, creating a dance of tiny prisms across his bedroom walls. The jar had become our sanctuary of dreams in the past year, half full with dozens of carefully folded wishes. The evening air carried the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine through his cracked window. Our modest 5th-floor apartment might not have been much, but living next to Mrs. Santos's prized flower garden had blessed us with this small luxury. "They're all special, sweetheart," I murmured, running my fingers through his bath-damp curls that smelled of honey vanilla shampoo, the one he insisted made him smell like cookies. What had started as a way to help him process his feelings after his father left had evolved into something more profound, our private magic that transformed tears into possibilities. I pulled a fresh sheet of star-speckled paper out, cool and smooth against my palm. "What should Mama wish for tonight?" Carter's deep brown eyes sparkled in the soft light. "Something big. Something amazing." The layoff notice burned in my pocket, its crisp edges a reminder of how quickly security could crumble. "Company restructuring effective immediately," echoed in my mind like a cruel mantra. My fingers trembled as I held the paper, but I steadied them before Carter noticed. 8 weeks of savings stood between us and uncertainty, with rent due in just 3 weeks. The scratch of my pen against paper felt unnaturally loud as I wrote, "A way to keep our home filled with love and laughter." Each letter flowed in my best handwriting, a prayer disguised as a wish, vague enough not to worry Carter, but specific enough to hold my desperate hope. That night, after tucking Carter beneath his rocket ship comforter and ensuring his worn soft teddy bear was securely in his arms, I retreated to my room. The hardwood floor creaked beneath my feet as I settled cross-legged on my bed, cradling the wish jar in my lap. The glass felt cool and weighted, its surface decorated with tiny raised stars that Carter had insisted on adding with glass paint, creating our own private constellation. One by one, I unfolded his wishes, each crisp sound echoing in the quiet room. Moonlight streamed through my gauzy curtains, illuminating his childish handwriting. I wish to be an astronaut and see the whole Earth from space and count all the stars. I wish Mama never has to cry when she thinks I'm sleeping because the walls are too thin. I wish we could stay in our apartment forever, because it's where all our memories are and where I learned to ride my bike in the hallway. I wish for someone to love Mama the way she deserves, someone who makes her laugh like she does when we have pillow fights. Tears welled up and spilled over as I read, one perfect droplet falling into the jar. As it hit the bottom, something extraordinary happened. The tear caught the moonlight and seemed to multiply, creating a cascade of shimmer that filled the jar with a pearl-like luminescence. I blinked hard, convinced exhaustion was playing tricks on my eyes. But as I went to close the jar, a warm breeze swept through the room, despite the closed windows. It carried the scent of jasmine, my namesake flower, mixed with something else, something that reminded me of starlight and possibility. The air wrapped around me like a gentle embrace, carrying the faintest whisper of wind chimes from somewhere distant. The magic unfolded the very next morning. Mrs. Santos caught me by the mailboxes, her silver hair catching the sunlight as she practically danced with excitement about her brother Antonio's new marketing firm downtown. They needed someone with exactly my experience. Then came the message from Thomas Rivera, my old college friend, about an amazing project with great pay and flexible hours. The property manager called about a rent reduction program, and my struggling Toyota suddenly purred to life after Carter patted its hood and whispered, "Be nice to Mama, please. We need you." But the real magic revealed itself when I met Jacob Wyman at Antonio's firm. His hazel eyes held flecks of gold that danced when he smiled, creating the same warmth as Carter's nightlight. During my interview, he didn't just see my portfolio. He saw me and understood the story behind every carefully crafted campaign and community initiative. The job offer came with a salary that made my hands tremble as I signed the contract. But Jacob turned out to be more than my new boss. He was a single father to Luna, a creative 6-year-old who shared Carter's capacity for wonder. Our families intertwined naturally, like stars forming a new constellation. Weekend playdates evolved into family dinners, where the aroma of Jacob's homemade pasta sauce filled my small kitchen, mixing with children's laughter and soft jazz. Luna turned my refrigerator into an art gallery while Carter transformed our living room into a space station. And Jacob filled the spaces we hadn't even realized were empty. One evening, as we sat on my small balcony watching the sunset paint the sky in amber and rose, Jacob's warm hand found mine, his fingers slightly rough from weekend woodworking projects fitting perfectly between my own. The touch sent electricity dancing up my arm and settling somewhere near my heart. "Luna asked me something interesting today," he said softly, the dying sunlight catching those gold flecks in his eyes. "Oh." My voice barely rose above a whisper. "She wanted to know if we could be a real family, all 4 of us. She said it feels like we're missing puzzle pieces that finally found one another." My heart performed a complicated gymnastic routine. "What did you tell her?" "I told her that some of the best families are the ones we choose for ourselves." His thumb traced patterns on my palm that sent shivers down my spine. "And I'd choose this. Choose you and Carter every single time." That night, after Jacob and Luna left, their warmth lingering in our apartment like a favorite song, Carter pulled out the wish jar. The glass caught the light differently now, seeming to hold shadows and starlight in equal measure. "Mama, look," he gasped, his voice filled with wonder. The jar was glowing with a soft, golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As we watched, breathless, Carter reached in and pulled out one of his old wishes. The paper had transformed into something ethereal, like starlight given form, with a texture somewhere between silk and morning dew. "I wish for someone to love Mama the way she deserves," he read proudly, the words shimmering in the air. "See? The jar is magic, just like I always told you." I gathered him in my arms, breathing in the sweet mixture of cookie-scented shampoo and ever-present jasmine. His small body fitted against mine perfectly, his little heart beating a rhythm that matched my own. "You know what, sweetheart? I think you might be right, but the real magic isn't in the jar. It's in believing that good things are possible, even when they seem impossible." Carter looked up at me with that ancient wisdom that sometimes took my breath away. "That's why we keep wishing, right, Mama? Because anything can happen if you believe?" "That's right, baby." I kissed his forehead, thinking of Jacob's gentle hands and warm laugh, Luna's artistic spirit and generous heart, Mrs. Santos's timely kindness, and all the small miracles that had led us here. And sometimes, the most magical wishes are the ones we didn't even know we needed to make. Later that night, as moonlight painted silver patterns on my wall, I added a new wish to the jar. May our hearts always stay open to magic. The paper seemed to glow as it settled among the others, and I could have sworn I heard the faint sound of wind chimes again. Years have passed, and the wish jar still sits on Carter's bedside table, catching light and storing dreams. Some wishes still wait to unfold, while others have blossomed in ways we never expected. Now when Carter tells me the jar is magic, I don't just smile and nod. I believe him. Because magic isn't about getting exactly what you wish for. It's about being open to the possibility that life has something even better in store. As I write this final wish and watch it settle among the others, I feel the love that surrounds us. Carter's unwavering belief, Luna's creative spirit, Jacob's steady devotion, and the countless kindnesses that carried us through our darkest times. Perhaps that's the greatest magic of all. Not the granting of wishes, but the way hope can transform tears into starlight, strangers into family, and an ordinary glass jar into a vessel of infinite possibilities. The jar's soft glow fills our home now, a constant reminder that sometimes the most powerful magic comes not from supernatural forces, but from the simple act of believing in better days. Each night, as I watch Carter and Luna add their wishes to our collection, their hands intertwined and their eyes bright with shared secrets, I'm reminded that true magic lives in the quiet moments between heartbeats, in the space between wishes, and in the love that turns ordinary glass into a container of dreams. And in those moments, I know with absolute certainty that some wishes don't need a jar to come true. They just need hearts brave enough to believe in their own magic. The first time I saw him, he was dying. Blood seeped between my fingers as I pressed herbs against the gash in his side, my heart racing as I felt his life force ebbing. The stranger had collapsed at the edge of my garden just as dusk painted the sky in violet hues, his armor dented, and his sword still clutched in his trembling hand. 3 arrows protruded from gaps in his metal plates, and a deep sword wound crossed his ribs. I knew what I had to do, though it might reveal everything I'd fought so hard to hide. The village already whispered about my unusual success rate with difficult cases. One more unexplainable healing might be all it took to transform whispers into accusations. But I couldn't let him die. Something about him called to me, even in his unconscious state. Perhaps the peace in his face despite his grievous wounds, or the way his hand had reached for mine as I knelt beside him. "Hold on," I whispered, placing one hand over his heart. The earth's energy surged through me like liquid moonlight, flowing from the soil beneath my knees, through my body, and into his wounds. Soft green light illuminated his face, strong features, dark hair, and eyes that suddenly flew open to meet mine. Those eyes. In that moment, I knew my life would never be the same. My name is Elizabeth Graythorne, and I am a healer. What the villagers don't know is that my gift comes from something deeper than herb lore and poultices. The magic runs in my blood, as ancient as the forest itself. My grandmother called it the old way, the art of channeling the earth's own healing energy through human hands. The stranger, I would later learn his name was Geoffrey Alden, survived that night, though healing him had drained me more than I'd expected. The multiple wounds and their severity had required more power than I'd ever channeled before. When he finally woke 3 days later in my cottage, the questions I dreaded never came. Instead, he simply watched me with those intense eyes as I changed his bandages, his calloused hand catching mine. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough but warm. "I've never seen healing like yours." I pulled away, busying myself with my herbs. "Rest. You're still weak." "I've rested 3 days, or so you tell me." Geoffrey tried to sit up, wincing. "I think that's enough time to at least learn the name of my savior." Despite my reservations, I found myself smiling. "Elizabeth. Elizabeth," he repeated, as if tasting the word. "I am Geoffrey Alden, once a knight of the Western Realm. Now," he gestured to his battered armor in the corner, "now just a wanderer, it seems." "What brought you to our woods in such a state?" I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. His expression darkened. "Bandits, but not ordinary ones. They knew who I was, knew I was coming. Someone wanted me dead." That explained the quality of his wounds. Not random battle injuries, but calculated strikes meant to kill. Who would want that? "The list is longer than I'd like," he admitted. "I've made enemies serving various nobles, speaking against corruption when I should have stayed silent. The latest was Lord Edmund Blake. I discovered he was taxing his people into starvation while claiming raiders had stolen the grain. When I gathered evidence and threatened to expose him to the king's justice, he stripped me of my position. I fled, but his men have been hunting me since." The name sent a chill through me. Lord Blake's lands weren't far from our village, just 3 days' ride to the west. His men might still be searching. "You're safe here," I said firmly. "Our village is small, easily overlooked, and few venture into these woods without good reason." Over the next few weeks, as Geoffrey recovered, I discovered that having someone else in my small cottage changed everything. The spaces that had felt comfortable in its solitude now hummed with his presence. He insisted on helping despite his injury, chopping herbs, organizing my shelves, even attempting to cook, with disastrous results that left us both laughing. At night, when the cottage grew quiet save for the crackle of the hearth, we talked. He told me of battles fought and kingdoms served, of disillusionment with lords who cared more for power than people. I spoke of my childhood, learning healing from my grandmother, though I carefully avoided mentioning the magic that had passed down with that knowledge. "Your grandmother," he said one evening. "She must have been remarkable. The villagers speak of her still." I nodded, feeling the familiar ache of loss. She was everything to me after my parents died. She taught me not just about herbs and healing, but about responsibility, about using one's gifts to help others. "She would be proud of you." Geoffrey's hand found mine in the firelight. "I see how the villagers depend on you, even if some of them fear what they don't understand." My heart skipped. "What do you mean?" "You're different here," he continued. "The villagers, when they come for healing, they respect you, but there's fear in their eyes. They don't see you as I do." My hands stilled in their work of grinding herbs. "And how do you see me?" Geoffrey moved closer, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from my face. I see someone who carries light within her. Someone who could have left me to die, but chose to risk everything to save a stranger. Someone whose power comes from compassion, not ambition. You don't know what you're saying. I stood, my heart pounding. You don't know what I am. I know enough. He rose too, and despite my protests, pulled me into his arms. I know that whatever power flows through you, it comes from love, from a desire to heal, to protect. How could that be wrong? The church speaks of many things. He interrupted gently. But I've seen too much of the world to believe that all magic is evil. Your gift heals. It saves lives. That's all I need to know. I wanted to believe him. More than anything, I wanted to trust that someone could know all of me and not turn away. But fear had been my companion for too long. That night, alone in my bed, I heard the whispers of the earth growing stronger. Something was stirring in the ancient woods, something that made the protective runes around my cottage pulse with warning. The magic itself felt different, darker, hungry. I knew then that my peaceful life was about to change, one way or another. The next morning, as I walked to the village for supplies, the whispers followed me. Literally this time, Mrs. Eldridge and her daughter, huddled with the baker's wife, falling silent as I passed. Their eyes held more suspicion than usual, and I knew why when I reached the marketplace. Thomas Blackwood, the merchant's son who had once sought my hand in marriage, stood holding court among a group of villagers. His voice carried clearly, "Unnatural, that's what it is. Green light in the night, they say. My own cousin saw it. And now she harbors this stranger, this knight, who appeared from nowhere." I hurried home, my basket only half filled. Geoffrey was in the garden when I returned, shirtless as he split wood for the fire. The sight of him, so strong now, so different from the dying man I'd found, made my heart ache. He saw my face and immediately dropped the axe. "What's wrong?" "They know," I whispered. "Or they suspect. Thomas Blackwood is stirring up the old fears." Geoffrey's jaw tightened. "Let them talk. I won't let them harm you." "You don't understand. The magic, it's getting stronger. Something's coming. Something that's making the earth itself restless and using my power." I hesitated. "Each time it takes more from me. That night I healed you. I've never been so drained. One day, it might take too much." He stepped closer, taking my hands in his. "Then let me help you carry this burden. Let me be your strength when you need it." "I can't ask that of you." "You're not asking. I'm offering." His hands moved to cup my face. "Elizabeth, from the moment I opened my eyes and saw you bathed in that green light, I knew my heart was yours. I've wandered so long, searching for purpose, for home. I've found both in you." The kiss, when it came, felt inevitable as sunrise. His lips were gentle but insistent, and I melted into him, allowing myself to believe, just for a moment, that love could be stronger than fear. That belief was tested sooner than we expected. That very night, the ancient force I'd sensed in the woods made itself known. I woke to the sound of screaming from the village and the sight of sickly purple flames rising above the trees. Geoffrey was already up, pulling on his armor. "Stay here," he ordered. "No." I grabbed my herb bag and the staff my grandmother had given me, a length of rowan wood carved with protective runes that helped focus healing energy. "Whatever this is, it's connected to the old magic. You'll need me." We found the village in chaos. Purple fire crawled along the ground like living things, but they weren't natural flames. They were manifestations of corrupt magic, burning not flesh but life force itself. Already, several villagers lay unconscious, their faces ashen. At the center of it all stood a figure in a black cloak, wielding magic that felt like a twisted reflection of my own. Thomas Blackwood lay at the figure's feet, barely conscious. So, a feminine voice emerged from beneath the hood. Another earthbound healer survives. I've been searching for you, sister. I am not your sister, I said, feeling the earth's power rise within me. What do you want? I want what was stolen from us centuries ago, the right to practice our arts openly, to rule instead of heal, to take instead of give. The figure threw back her hood, revealing a face that might once have been beautiful, before bitterness carved its lines. Join me, and we can show these villagers what real power looks like. With a shock, I recognized her from my grandmother's teachings. Lady Blake, I breathed. Edmund Blake's grandmother. You disappeared decades ago. I went seeking true power, she corrected. The old families. They taught us to heal, to serve, to bow and scrape before those who feared our gifts. But I found another way. The earth's power can take as well as give, can destroy as well as create. That's not what magic is for, I said, raising my staff. The runes carved into it glowed with familiar green light. It's a gift, not a weapon. She laughed. Then you'll die with them. Your grandmother was just as foolish. She refused to join me, too, decades ago. I had hoped you might be wiser. The battle that followed would live forever in village legend, though few understood its true nature. As Geoffrey led the villagers to safety and fought off the corrupted shadows Lady Blake summoned, I faced her magic with my own. Green light clashed with purple, healing against destruction, giving against taking. I felt the earth respond to my call, channels of power opening wider than ever before. But she was right about one thing. Using so much magic was killing me. My vision darkened at the edges, my strength failing. Then I felt hands on my shoulders, and Geoffrey's voice in my ear. Take what you need. I'm here. Something new flowed through our connection. Not the earth's power, but human strength freely given. Love, trust, and determination poured into me, and I understood suddenly what my grandmother had tried to tell me about the true source of healing magic. It wasn't just about channeling the earth's energy. It was about connecting, about the strength found in bonds between people. The green light blazed brighter than ever, not just from my staff, but from the ground itself. Roots burst from the earth, wrapping around Lady Blake as nature itself rejected her corrupted power. Her screams cut off as the earth reclaimed her, leaving only a scatter of purple embers that quickly faded to ash. I swayed on my feet, and Geoffrey caught me. Through blurring vision, I saw the villagers emerging from their homes, Thomas Blackwood among them. I waited for the fear, the accusations. Instead, Thomas dropped to his knees. You saved us, he said simply. All this time, we feared your power, and you used it to save us. One by one, others joined him. Mrs. Eldridge brought blankets. The baker's wife offered bread. And slowly, I realized that the very thing I'd feared, being seen for what I truly was, had set me free. Later that night, as Geoffrey and I sat in my garden under the stars, he asked, "What now?" I looked at our intertwined hands, still faintly glowing with shared power. Now we heal. The village, ourselves, the land itself. Together. Lady Blake's corruption will take time to cleanse from these woods. Together, he agreed, pulling me closer. My wandering days are done, Elizabeth Graythorne. Where you are is where I belong. What about Lord Blake? His men will still be hunting you. Geoffrey smiled. Let them come. After tonight, I think they'll find this village has unexpected protections. And perhaps it's time the king heard the truth about the Blake family's dealings. I kissed him then, under the light of the moon that had witnessed so much magic. but the greatest magic of all was this: two hearts becoming one, a love that could overcome darkness, and the simple truth that in finding one another, we had both found home. The earth hummed beneath us in approval, and for the first time in my life, I felt completely, utterly at peace. My power was no longer a secret to hide, but a gift to share, and in Jeffrey's arms, I finally understood that the greatest healing magic of all was love itself. As we sat there in the quiet of the garden, watching the stars wheel overhead, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. Knight and healer, warrior and witch, two souls bound not by magic or duty, but by choice and love. And in the end, that was the only magic we needed. The scent of gardenias and rain-soaked earth fills my lungs as I step into my backyard, drawn to Mama's ancient magnolia tree. Its leaves rustle like whispered secrets in the twilight breeze, dark branches stretching toward a pearl-white moon. My work boots sink slightly into the damp grass, still soft from the afternoon shower that left everything gleaming and fresh. My fingers tremble as I touch the letter in my apron pocket: Micah's acceptance to Vanderbilt University. The heavy cream paper feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, though it's barely heavier than the mourning dove feather I found this morning while sweeping the shop. Pride and fear wage war in my chest. Pride for my brilliant boy who's worked so hard. Fear because the numbers in my ledger keep bleeding red. The evening air carries the sweet perfume of the roses I'd arranged earlier at Richardson's Flowers and Gifts, my little shop on Main Street. Today I'd created 3 wedding bouquets, each petal placed with precision, while my mind wandered to the stack of unpaid bills waiting at home. The final notice from the electric company glares at me in particularly angry red letters: $487.32 past due. Micah's voice drifts through his open bedroom window, his warm tenor mixing with the chirp of crickets as he practices his violin. The same instrument his grandmother left him, the one he's played every evening since he was 7. Now, at 18, he creates music that makes even the mockingbirds pause to listen. A cool breeze stirs my hair, carrying an impossibly familiar scent: honey and jasmine, Mama's signature perfume. My heart skips a beat. I haven't smelled that particular combination since she passed 5 years ago. But it wraps around me now like one of her Sunday morning hugs, warm and real enough to bring tears to my eyes. That's when I see it. A single magnolia blossom high in the branches, glowing with a soft golden light that pulses like a gentle heartbeat. It shouldn't be possible. Magnolias don't bloom in autumn, and they certainly don't glow like captured starlight. Yet there it is, beckoning to me with an otherworldly radiance. My hands move of their own accord, reaching upward. The rough bark of the tree scrapes against my palms as I stretch toward the blossom. As my fingers brush its velvet soft petals, warmth surges through me like summer sunshine. And Mama's voice echoes in my memory: "Love grows in its own time, sweet girl. Trust in the magic that runs in our blood." The blossom comes away easily, its petals impossibly warm and alive in my palm. Golden light spills between my fingers like honey, and the air fills with the scent of summer mornings and childhood memories. I remember Mama telling stories about our family's magnolia tree, how it had been planted by my great-great-grandmother, how it bloomed with magic for those who needed it most, but only if their hearts remained open to love's possibilities. Morning arrives with the taste of possibility in the air. Sunlight streams through the shop windows, catching dust motes that dance like tiny stars as I position the mysterious magnolia blossom in my grandmother's crystal vase. Its glow has faded, but the petals retain an unusual iridescence, like mother of pearl in certain lights. The bell above the door chimes, and I look up to find a stranger studying my latest window display. He's tall, with silver threading his dark hair and laugh lines etched around kind eyes. His charcoal suit speaks of city sophistication, but his rolled-up sleeves and loosened tie suggest comfort with getting his hands dirty. "I'm James Sullivan," he introduces himself, his voice warm like aged bourbon. "I'm a wedding planner from Nashville, and I couldn't help but notice your work. There's something extraordinary about your arrangements." His eyes linger on a cascade of wildflowers I'd finished that morning. Queen Anne's lace dancing with purple coneflowers and black-eyed Susans, all tied together with sprigs of wild mint that fill the air with their clean, sharp scent. "I have a client in Memphis," he continues. "Old money, very particular. They want something unique for their daughter's wedding, something that tells a story. Would you be interested in creating their arrangements?" My pulse quickens at the opportunity, but practicality wars with hope. Memphis is quite a distance. "I'll handle all the logistics," he assures me, his smile reaching his eyes. "I just need your artistic touch." That evening, as I tell Micah about the opportunity over his favorite meal of chicken and dumplings, my grandmother's recipe, he reaches into his worn backpack for a notebook and pulls out a forgotten scholarship application instead. "Mom, this is weird," he says, his brow furrowed. "I could have sworn I submitted this months ago. It's for the Wilson Foundation grant. The deadline is tomorrow." The coincidence sends a shiver down my spine, and I think of the glowing magnolia blossom. The following weeks unfold like a time-lapse of a garden blooming. The Memphis wedding becomes a showcase for my work, leading to 3 more high-profile events. My phone rings with inquiries from Nashville socialites and Memphis aristocrats. Each arrangement I create seems to carry a hint of magic. Flowers staying fresh longer than they should, colors appearing more vibrant than nature typically allows. James visits regularly, ostensibly to discuss business. But our conversations meander like garden paths, touching on personal grounds. He tells me about losing his wife Rebecca to cancer 5 years ago, and about raising their daughter Emma alone. I share stories about Micah, about Mama, about my dreams of expanding the shop. One evening, as golden hour paints the shop in honey-colored light, we reach for the same spool of copper ribbon. Our fingers touch, and that same warm current I felt from the magnolia blossom courses through me like summer lightning. Neither of us pulls away. "Ava," he says softly, his voice barely louder than the humming of the ceiling fan. "I haven't felt this way since Rebecca. I know it might be too soon, but there's something here that feels like coming home." "It's not too soon," I whisper, the truth of it settling in my bones like the first warm day of spring. That night, the magnolia tree blooms again, a single perfect flower glowing like captured moonlight. As I reach for it, an envelope flutters down from the branches like a fallen leaf. Inside is a letter from Vanderbilt University, announcing an anonymous donation, a full scholarship in Micah's name. The paper trembles in my hands as tears blur my vision. Through them, I watch in wonder as more blossoms open on the magnolia tree, each one shining with its own inner light, turning our backyard into a constellation of earthbound stars. The crunch of gravel announces James's arrival. He'd followed me home, concerned when he saw me rush out of the shop. Now he stands beside me, his sharp intake of breath telling me he sees the impossible beauty before us. "It's magical," he breathes with wonder in his voice. "It is magic," I tell him, and for the first time, I share the story of our family's enchanted tree. He listens without judgment, his hand finding mine in the darkness, his thumb tracing gentle circles on my palm. "I believe it," he says simply. "I've felt it since the first day I walked into your shop. There's magic in the way you arrange flowers, in how you love your son, in the way you've opened your heart to me." The back door creaks and Micah steps out, violin in hand. He takes in our joined hands, the glowing tree, and the letter I'm still clutching. A smile spreads across his face. Not the careful one he's worn since his father left, but one full of joy and possibility. He lifts his violin to his shoulder and begins to play. The sweet notes of amazing grace float into the night air, weaving through the branches of the magnolia tree like ribbons of sound. The glowing blossoms pulse in time with the music, creating a symphony of light and melody that fills our small backyard with magic. The three of us stand together beneath the luminous canopy, and I feel the truth of what Mama always said. The greatest magic comes from love freely given and received, from hearts brave enough to bloom again after winter's frost. Later that night, as I prepare for bed, I find one final magnolia blossom on my windowsill. As I lift it, it dissolves into sparks of golden light that swirl around me like fireflies before fading away. But its message remains clear in my heart. Everything blooms in its own perfect time, and love, like flowers, returns with each new season. Micah leaves for Vanderbilt in the fall, his dreams intact and his future bright. James and I continue to nurture our relationship, letting it grow naturally like a well-tended garden. My shop flourishes, filled with the sweet scent of success and the warm buzz of happy customers. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the light turns golden and the air grows soft, I sit beneath the magnolia tree. It looks ordinary now, its branches bare of any magical blossoms. But I know its secret, that the real magic was never in the tree itself, but in the love it helped me recognize. The fierce love I have for my son, the tender love growing between James and me, and the eternal love that connects all of us to something larger than ourselves. The tree doesn't need to glow anymore to remind me of its lessons. I see them everywhere, in the way morning light catches the dew on rose petals, in the sound of Micah's laughter through the phone as he tells me about his classes, in the gentle way James touches my cheek when he kisses me goodnight. Love, I've learned, is like my mama's magnolia tree. It roots deep, reaches high, and blooms most beautifully when we trust in its power to transform our lives. Each evening now, as I lock up the shop and head home, I catch the faint scent of honey and jasmine on the breeze. I smile, knowing that some magic never fades. It just changes form, blooming again and again in the garden of our hearts, as eternal and ever-changing as the seasons themselves. The morning sun spilled through my window, warming my face as I opened my eyes. Outside, the familiar sounds of Oaxaca greeted me. Church bells in the distance, street vendors setting up their carts, and the melodic chatter of birds in the jacaranda trees. But something was missing. The aroma that had awakened me every morning of my childhood. My grandmother's bread. I pulled myself from bed and stared at my reflection in the mirror. Chef Leonardo Alvarez, 32 years old, award-winning culinary innovator from Mexico City, returned to his humble beginnings. The irony wasn't lost on me. After 15 years away, chasing Michelin stars and critical acclaim, I had come home to save the family business. At least that's what I told myself. The truth was more complicated. My panaderia, my grandmother Rafaela's panaderia, needed me. After her stroke 3 months ago, the business had faltered. The doctor said baking would help her recovery, but someone needed to manage operations. As the only grandchild with culinary experience, the responsibility fell to me. I dressed quickly in a crisp white shirt and dark jeans, no longer comfortable in the casual attire of my youth. The streets of Santa Maria hadn't changed much. The same colorful buildings, the same corner store where I once bought candy, the same faces now etched with 15 more years of living. The wooden sign of Panaderia Milagros came into view, its paint faded, but still proudly displaying the business my great-grandmother had started during more difficult times. I hesitated at the door, inhaling deeply before pushing it open. The bell jingled, announcing my arrival. Inside, the shelves were half empty, a far cry from the abundant displays I remembered. The floor had been swept clean, but the countertops showed their age, and the display cases needed polishing. Still, the smell, that intoxicating blend of sugar, cinnamon, and fresh bread, enveloped me like an embrace. "Abuela?" I called out. Movement came from the kitchen, and then she appeared, wiping flour from her hands onto her apron. Rafaela Alvarez stood barely 5 feet tall, her gray hair pulled back in a neat bun, her brown skin mapped with wrinkles that deepened as she smiled. "Leo," she breathed, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "You came." I crossed the room in 3 strides and wrapped my arms around her small frame. She felt more fragile than I remembered, but her embrace remained strong. "Of course I came," I murmured into her hair, which smelled of vanilla and wood smoke. "I said I would." She pulled back, studying my face with eyes that missed nothing. "You look tired, mijo." "I'm fine, just the trip." I glanced around the bakery. "How are you feeling? Should you be working already?" She waved away my concern. "The doctor said I should use my hands. Besides, the bread won't bake itself." She gestured toward the kitchen. "Come, you're just in time to help with the conchas." The kitchen was smaller than I remembered, or perhaps I had grown. Industrial-grade mixers and ovens dominated the space in my Mexico City restaurant. Here, most tools were decades old, lovingly maintained but outdated. My grandmother moved with practiced ease, despite her recent illness. Her hands, marked with age spots and slight tremors, still worked the dough with graceful precision. I watched as she hummed softly, adding ingredients without measuring. "This place has potential," I said, mentally calculating the cost for new equipment. With some upgrades and a modernized menu, we could really turn things around. Her humming stopped. "Turn what around?" "The business. I checked the books last night. Sales have been declining for years." She continued kneading. "We make enough, always have. But you could make more, work less. The right equipment would double your production capacity." "And then what would these hands do all day?" She held them up, flour-dusted and dignified. "This isn't about efficiency, Leo." I bit back my frustration. "At least let me help today. Show me what you're working on." She softened then, gesturing me closer. "We're making conchas. Remember how you loved them as a boy?" The memory surfaced easily, sitting on a stool beside her, watching the magic happen, sneaking pinches of the sweet topping when she pretended not to look. "I remember," I said quietly. "Good. Then you remember the secret." I frowned. "The secret?" "Every pan dulce needs a blessing." She cupped her hands around the dough. "My grandmother taught this to my mother, who taught it to me." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. This was exactly the kind of superstition that had no place in modern baking. Precise measurements, controlled temperatures, and standardized procedures. These were the foundations of consistency and excellence. "Abuela, Shh," she interrupted. "Watch." She closed her eyes and whispered words I couldn't quite catch, her lips moving in what looked like a prayer. Her hands caressed the dough with something like reverence. "What did you say?" I asked when she finished. Her eyes twinkled. "That's between me and the bread. And someday, between you and the bread." I pushed down my skepticism. "Let me help you with the rest. You shouldn't overdo it." For the remainder of the morning, we worked side by side. Despite my training, I found myself following her lead, adjusting to her rhythms rather than imposing my own. Customers trickled in, each greeting my grandmother with warm familiarity. Many remembered me, expressing delight at my return and pride in my success. "Your grandmother never stops talking about you," an elderly woman told me as I handed her a bag of sweet rolls. "Her famous grandson, the big city chef." I glanced at my grandmother, who pretended to be busy with the register. I'm just a cook who got lucky, I replied. The woman patted my hand. No such thing as luck in this family, only blessings. By closing time, my back ached from bending over the 2 short counters, and my fingers were sticky with sugar and dough. Yet I felt a peculiar satisfaction, different from the adrenaline rush of a successful dinner service, more like the quiet contentment of a well-spent day. As I wiped down the counters, my grandmother counted the day's earnings. Not bad, she said, securing the money in an ancient lockbox. Better than yesterday. It could be better still, I couldn't help saying. I have ideas, abuela. Let me show you. She regarded me steadily. Tomorrow. Tonight you rest. I'll make dinner. I knew better than to argue. We walked the short distance to her house, my childhood home, in comfortable silence. The evening air carried the scent of charcoal and cooking meat from neighboring houses, and somewhere a radio played a melancholy ranchera. As we approached her gate, a woman emerged from the house next door. The setting sun caught in her dark hair, creating a momentary halo of copper and gold. She smiled in recognition. Doña Rafaela, she called, approaching us. How are you feeling today? Better every day, Elena, my grandmother replied. She gestured to me with unmistakable pride. My grandson, Leonardo. He's come to help with the panaderia. The woman turned her gaze to me, and something shifted in the evening air. Her eyes, dark as espresso and just as warm, widened slightly. Leo, she said. Leo Alvarez? I studied her face, searching for a connection to my past. She stood about my height, with delicate features and a gentle curve to her lips. Something familiar stirred in my memory. Elena Diaz, I ventured, recalling the shy girl who had lived next door in my youth. Her laugh confirmed it, a melodic sound that sparked an unexpected warmth in my chest. I wondered if you'd remember me. Of course, I said, though in truth the girl I remembered bore little resemblance to the captivating woman before me. You used to help your mother in her flower shop. Still do, she replied, though it's my shop now. She held up hands stained with faint colors, evidence of her work. My mother retired last year. My grandmother, observing our exchange with thinly veiled interest, touched my arm. Elena delivers fresh flowers to the panaderia every Monday. Her arrangements bring many customers. For the flowers, not the bread, Elena demurred. Everyone knows Panaderia Milagros has the best pan dulce in Oaxaca. A comfortable silence settled between us, filled with unspoken questions and the gentle pulse of recognition. My grandmother, ever the strategist, broke it with an invitation. Join us for dinner, Elena. I've made enough for 3. Elena hesitated, glancing at me. I wouldn't want to impose on your family time. Nonsense, my grandmother insisted. Leo can tell us about his adventures in Mexico City. And so our duo became a trio. In the warm glow of my grandmother's kitchen, Elena's presence transformed a simple meal into something more significant. She asked thoughtful questions about my career, listened with genuine interest, and shared stories of the town's changes during my absence. Her hands moved expressively as she spoke, and I found myself watching them, slender fingers that revealed strength and artistic precision. Elena teaches art at the local school, my grandmother mentioned as she served coffee after dinner. She's very talented. Just watercolors, Elena said modestly. Nothing special. I'd like to see your work sometime, I said, surprising myself with the sincerity of the offer. Her smile lit something inside me that had been dormant for too long. I'd like that. Later, after Elena had returned to her home with a promise to stop by the bakery the next day, my grandmother gave me a knowing look. Elena never married, she said casually, too casually. Many have tried to win her heart, I fought a smile. Abuela, are you matchmaking? She lifted her chin. I'm providing information. What you do with it is your business. That night, I dreamed not just of bread, but of flowers and color, of hands stained with pigment and possibility. I woke with the first light, eager for the day in a way I hadn't felt in years. The panaderia's morning routine grounded me. My grandmother and I fell into a rhythm, her teaching, me learning, both of us creating. As promised, Elena arrived mid-morning, carrying a small bouquet of wildflowers. For the counter, she explained, placing them in a simple glass vase. The vibrant blooms transformed the space, drawing the eye and adding life to the worn surroundings. I watched her arrange the flowers with the same care my grandmother gave to her dough. You have a gift, I said. She looked up, a hint of color touching her cheeks. It's just practice. Her gaze fell on the tray of bread I was preparing, like you're baking. That's mostly my grandmother's doing. I'm just following instructions. Don't believe him, my grandmother called from the kitchen. He has the touch. He just doesn't know it yet. Elena smiled. The touch? My grandmother believes baking is more magic than science, I explained, keeping my voice low enough that Abuela wouldn't hear my skepticism. And you don't? I hesitated. I believe in technique and precision, measurable elements. And yet, Elena said, adjusting a flower in her arrangement, 2 bakers can follow the exact same recipe and produce entirely different results. How do you explain that? The question lingered after she left, resonating through my day as I worked alongside my grandmother. When we placed our breads in the oven, I found myself wondering about the unmeasurable elements. Intention, feeling, and the subtle ways our hands communicated with the dough. Over the next week, a pattern emerged. Mornings and days devoted to the bakery, learning my grandmother's recipes, and implementing small improvements. Evenings often spent with Elena, sometimes at her invitation, sometimes at my grandmother's orchestration. We walked through the town's central plaza, sat on my grandmother's porch watching fireflies dance in the gathering dusk, and talked about art and food and the peculiar mix of longing and belonging that comes from staying rooted in one place. I learned that Elena had studied art in Mexico City, not far from my culinary school, though our paths had never crossed. She had returned to care for her ailing father, intending to leave again after his passing, but found herself increasingly tethered to the community, its rhythms, and needs. Sometimes, she confided one evening as we sat beneath a jacaranda tree in full bloom, I wonder about the life I might have had in the city. Do you regret staying? I asked, watching the play of moonlight across her features. She considered this. No, but I wonder, don't you? About the roads not taken? The question pierced deeper than she could know. I thought of my restaurant in Mexico City, the acclaim I'd worked so hard to achieve, the emptiness that had followed. Success without connection had proved a hollow victory. More and more, I admitted. Our conversation drifted to lighter topics, but something had shifted between us. A recognition of shared questions, of parallel journeys diverging and converging. When I walked her home that night, her hand found mine in the darkness, our fingers intertwining with natural ease. At her door, we hesitated in that ancient dance of attraction and uncertainty. Will you show me your studio tomorrow? I asked, reluctant to end our evening. After the bakery closes, she promised. Her eyes held mine, and in them, I saw a reflection of my own desire. Not just physical attraction, though that simmered between us, but a deeper yearning for connection, for understanding. I touched her cheek gently, my thumb tracing the curve of her smile. She leaned into the touch, her eyes closing briefly. Good night, Leonardo, she whispered, my name on her lips a kind of invocation. "Good night, Elena," I replied, forcing myself to step back, to give her space and time. Some things, like bread and relationships, couldn't be rushed. The following day stretched endlessly, my attention split between the tasks at hand and the evening to come. My grandmother, observant as ever, noticed my distraction. "The bread knows when your mind wanders," she chided gently. "It feels neglected." I laughed. "The bread has no feelings, Abuela." "No?" She pressed my hands into the dough we were kneading. "Then why does it respond differently to different hands? Feel how it changes, how it yields." I focused on the sensation, the slight resistance giving way to elasticity, the warmth emanating from the living yeast, the subtle transformation occurring beneath my fingertips. For a moment, I almost felt what she described, a connection beyond the physical, a communication between the maker and the made. "Every creation carries the intention of its creator," she said, watching my expression. "Your bread, Elena's flowers, they hold the energy of your hands, your thoughts, your heart." I started to dismiss her words as superstition, but something stopped me. Perhaps the sincerity in her eyes, or the growing awareness that my rational approach to baking had yielded technically perfect, but somehow soulless results. "What intention should I give this bread?" I asked, surprising myself with the question. Her smile deepened the lines around her eyes. "What do you want those who eat it to feel?" I thought of the community that had welcomed me back without judgment, of Elena and the gentle awakening she'd stirred in me, of my grandmother's unfailing belief in the magic of ordinary things. "Connection," I said. "Remembrance. Joy." She nodded. "Then that's your blessing." That evening, after closing the bakery, I met Elena at her studio, a converted shed behind her house, its walls lined with paintings in various stages of completion. Watercolor landscapes captured the mountains surrounding our town, abstracted figures danced across canvases, and intimate still lifes of everyday objects revealed beauty in the mundane. "These are beautiful," I said, genuinely impressed by her skill and vision. "You see things differently." She shrugged, but I noticed the pleasure my words brought her. "I just pay attention." My eye caught on a particular painting, a small, detailed study of hands kneading bread, the light falling across flour-dusted fingers, revealing both strength and tenderness. "When did you paint this?" I asked, moving closer to examine it. "Last year." She stood beside me, our shoulders touching lightly. "I used to watch your grandmother through the bakery window sometimes, the way her hands moved. It fascinated me." "May I?" I hesitated. "Could I buy this one?" She turned to me, surprise evident in her expression. "You want to buy my painting?" "Very much." She considered me for a long moment, then shook her head. "No." Before disappointment could settle, she added, "But I'll give it to you. As a welcome home gift." The simple gesture touched me deeply. "Thank you," I said, my voice rougher than intended. We stood close, the painting between us, a captured moment of creation and care. The air thickened with unspoken desire, the space between us charged with attraction. "Leonardo," she breathed, my name now an invitation on her lips. I set the painting carefully aside before drawing her into my arms. Our first kiss tasted of possibility, tentative at first, then deeper, a slow exploration of sensation and newfound connection. Her body fit against mine as though designed for this embrace, her hand sliding up my chest to rest against my heart. When we parted, breathless and flushed, she laughed softly. "I used to daydream about this when we were teenagers, before you left for the city." "Really?" I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, marveling at its silken texture. I had no idea. You never noticed me then. There was no accusation in her tone, only a statement of fact. You were always looking toward the horizon. I see you now, I promised, drawing her close again. That night marked a beginning, though of what, neither of us was entirely sure. We moved cautiously, aware of the fragility of new connections and the complexity of our separate lives. Yet each day drew us closer. Shared meals, lingering touches, conversations that stretched long into the night, and increasingly passionate embraces that left us both yearning for more. My grandmother watched our budding romance at the bakery with poorly concealed satisfaction. Elena has always had a good heart, she commented one morning as we prepared the day's bread. And good hands. Important for an artist, and a baker's wife. Abuela, I protested. It's too soon for that kind of talk. She shrugged, unrepentant. The heart knows what it wants, even when the mind is slow to catch up. I couldn't deny the truth in her words. My feelings for Elena had blossomed with surprising speed and intensity, rooted in our shared past and present connection. She understood my ambition without sharing it, appreciated my skill without being intimidated by it, and challenged my assumptions without dismissing them. 2 weeks into my stay, as the panaderia began to show signs of revival under our combined efforts, I received a call from my business partner in Mexico City. The investors are getting nervous, Leo, Javier informed me without preamble. They're talking about pulling out if you don't return soon. The news should have alarmed me more than it did. 3 months ago, the thought of losing my restaurant would have devastated me. Now, standing in my grandmother's kitchen with flour on my hands and the scent of her teaching surrounding me, I felt a curious detachment. Let me think about it, I replied, much to Javier's consternation. That evening, I shared the situation with Elena as we walked along the river that bordered the town. The setting sun painted the water with streaks of gold and crimson, a watercolor come to life. Will you go back? She asked, her voice neutral. I studied the horizon, considering possibilities I hadn't allowed myself to entertain before. I don't know. 3 weeks ago, the answer would have been obvious. And now? I stopped walking, turning to face her. Now I'm not sure what success means, or what I'd be returning to. She held my gaze, searching. And what would you be leaving behind? The question hung between us, weighted with implications neither of us was ready to voice aloud. I reached for her hand, interlacing our fingers. A possibility, I answered honestly. Something I'm not ready to walk away from. Her smile ignited something inside me. Determination mingled with desire, and certainty amidst the confusion. That night, our relationship deepened, and we crossed the threshold from attraction to intimacy. In the privacy of her small house, we discovered one another with the wondering attention of artists appreciating a masterpiece. Her skin glowed like honey in the lamplight, her body responding to my touch with an openness that humbled me. We moved together in a dance as old as humanity, yet uniquely ours, learning the language of our pleasure, building toward a shared release that left us breathless and transformed. Afterward, as she lay curled against my side, her head resting on my chest, I traced patterns on her bare shoulder and considered the unexpected turn my life had taken. "What are you thinking?" she murmured, pressing a kiss to my collarbone. "That coming home was supposed to be temporary," I replied. "A duty, not a journey." She propped herself up on one elbow, studying my face in the dim light. "And now I'm wondering if leaving was the detour, not the return." She smiled, leaning down to kiss me with such tenderness that my chest ached with emotion. "Whatever you decide," she whispered against my lips. "Make sure it's what your heart truly wants." In the days that followed, as the deadline for my decision loomed, I threw myself into the work of the bakery with renewed purpose. My grandmother's health had improved markedly, her hands steadier, her energy returning, but the business still needed direction. I began to see possibilities that honored her traditions while embracing necessary changes. One afternoon, as we experimented with new flavor combinations, traditional pan dulce infused with local fruits and spices, I noticed my grandmother watching me with an expression I couldn't interpret. "What is it?" I asked, pausing in my work. "You're creating," she said simply, "not just following." I glanced down at the dough before me, realizing she was right. I had moved beyond replication to innovation. "I learned from the best," I replied, earning a smile that warmed me to my core. That evening, seeking clarity, I revisited my grandmother's recipe notebook, the collection of stories and blessings I'd discovered earlier. With a new perspective, I recognized what I'd missed before. These weren't just sentimental anecdotes, but a map of connection, a record of how one person's craft had touched countless lives. For Leonardo when he returns, the bread of remembering, that he might find what he left behind. The entry still moved me, but now I understood it differently. What I had left behind wasn't just a place or a tradition, but a way of being, present, connected, and attuned to the magic in ordinary moments. I was deep in thought when Elena arrived, a bottle of wine in hand and concern in her eyes. "Your grandmother said you needed company," she explained, setting the wine aside to cup my face in her hands. "You've been quiet all day." I pulled her close, breathing in her scent, flowers and paint and something essentially her. "I've been thinking about my place in all this." We settled on my grandmother's small porch, glasses of wine in hand, the evening's first stars appearing above us. "I used to think success meant recognition, acclaim," I confessed. "A restaurant with my name on it and reviews praising my genius." Elena listened, her presence a balm to my conflicted thoughts. "But here," I continued, "success looks different. It's the way a customer's face lights up when they taste something that reminds them of childhood. It's creating something that nourishes more than the body." "What are you saying, Leo?" she asked softly. I met her gaze, finding courage in her unwavering support. "I'm saying I don't want to go back, not permanently anyway. I want to build something here, with my grandmother while she's still able to teach me and then carry it forward." The admission lifted a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying. Elena's smile unfurled slowly, like a flower opening to the sun. "Are you sure?" she pressed. "Your restaurant, your career can evolve," I finished for her. "Maybe I'll split my time, bring elements of Oaxaca to Mexico City. Or maybe I'll let Javier take over there and focus on transforming Panaderia Milagros into something new while honoring what it's always been." She set her wine aside and moved to sit on my lap, her arms encircling my neck. "And us?" she whispered. "Where do we fit in this vision?" I held her gaze, allowing her to see everything I felt. Desire, yes, but also deepening affection, respect, and the seedlings of something that might, with care and time, grow into love. "At the center," I answered truthfully. "If that's what you want." Her kiss was answer enough, a promise sealed with the press of her body against mine, the subtle movement of her hips igniting a fire that had been smoldering since our first night together. We made love beneath the stars, the porch swing creaking rhythmically with our movements, our gasps mingling with the night sounds of crickets and distant music. Her pleasure crested before mine, her body tensing and releasing with a cry muffled against my shoulder. I followed moments later, her name a prayer on my lips. "Stay with me tonight," I murmured as we adjusted our clothing, reluctant to break the connection between us. She nodded, her hair falling forward to curtain her flushed face. "Every night, if you asked." The statement hung between us. I tilted her chin up, ensuring she saw the sincerity in my expression. Be careful with such offers, I cautioned gently. I might take you up on them. Her smile held no reservation. I'm counting on it. The next morning, I called Javier with my decision. To his credit, after the initial shock, he understood. You found something worth staying for, he said, a statement rather than a question. Someone, I corrected, and something, a different kind of success. The girl from your Instagram posts? The artist? I smiled, thinking of Elena's face as she slept beside me, peaceful and perfect. Yes, and the bakery, my grandmother's legacy. Well, Javier sighed, at least promise you'll come back long enough to train your replacement and say a proper goodbye. The investors will be more amenable if you help with the transition. I agreed, relief flooding me at having made a decision that aligned with my newly discovered truth. When I shared the news with my grandmother, her reaction surprised me. Of course you're staying, she said, as though it had been a foregone conclusion. The bread told me weeks ago. I laughed. The bread is quite the conversationalist. Only to those who listen. She patted my cheek. Now, about the wedding plans. Abuela, I protested. Elena and I are just beginning. There's no rush. She raised an eyebrow. At my age, mijo, everything feels rushed. Despite my protestations, the thought of a future with Elena filled me with quiet joy. That evening, when I told her about my conversation with Javier, she listened with thoughtful attention. You'll need to return to Mexico City for a while, she noted. Just long enough to ensure a smooth transition. A month, perhaps 2. Her fingers traced patterns on my chest as we lay together in her bed. I could come with you, she suggested. See your world. The offer touched me deeply. I'd like that. Very much. And then we come back here? Build something together? I looked into her eyes. That's the plan. If you're in. Her smile answered before her words did. I'm in. The next few weeks passed in a blur of activity. My grandmother and I reimagined the panaderia, blending tradition with innovation. Elena helped design new packaging and signage, incorporating elements of local artistry. We began planning for modest renovations that would preserve the bakery's charm while improving functionality. Word spread through the town about the changes, bringing curious customers and increasing sales. Each morning, my grandmother and I blessed the bread together, her ancient rituals merging with my creative adaptations. Each evening, Elena and I explored our deepening connection, learning the landscapes of one another's bodies and hearts. On my final night before departing for Mexico City, Elena promising to join me in a week after settling matters with her flower shop, my grandmother presented me with a gift, her recipe notebook, with a new entry added on the final page. For Leonardo and Elena, the bread of beginning, that they might create something as nourishing as their love. Tears pricked my eyes as I read the words. Abuela. She embraced me, her small frame containing immeasurable strength. You understand now, don't you? What I've been trying to teach you. I nodded, words momentarily beyond me. The magic wasn't in superstition or ritual, but in presence, in showing up fully for the work of our hands and hearts, in connecting deeply with those we serve, in recognizing the sacred in the everyday. Later, as Elena and I stood beneath a sky ablaze with stars, our bodies pressed together in a dance of anticipation and temporary farewell, I whispered my own blessing against her skin. For us, I murmured, tracing the curve of her hip, the dip of her waist, the softness of her breast, the sweetness of return, that we might always find a home in one another's arms. She pulled me closer, our bodies merging in a passionate affirmation of what we'd discovered together. As we moved in perfect rhythm, the boundaries between giving and receiving dissolving in the alchemy of our connection, I understood at last what my grandmother had always known. Love, like bread, required faithful attention, gentle hands, and a willingness to believe in magic. In the morning, I would leave for Mexico City, not as an escape, but as a necessary step in our journey together. In a week, Elena would join me, bringing her artist's eye to my culinary world. In time, we would return to Panaderia Milagros, where we would blend our separate gifts into something new and nourishing. But tonight was for us alone, for the ancient dance of lovers discovering each other anew, for the promises whispered in the dark, for the bread of our beginning. Outside, the moon bathed Oaxaca in silver light, illuminating the bakery where generations of my family had transformed simple ingredients into daily magic. Within the circle of Elena's arms, I found my own magic, the miraculous alchemy of two people choosing one another, creating something more wondrous than either could create alone. Te amo, I whispered, as she trembled beneath me, around me, her pleasure and mine inseparable in that moment of release. Te amo, she echoed, the words both promise and fulfillment. It was then that I realized I had rediscovered what I had lost so many years before, not merely a location or a custom, but the bravery to trust in invisible forces, the strength of intent, and the magic found in compassionate hands. My grandmother had been right all along. The secret was never in the recipe, but in the blessing. The love poured into each creation, whether bread or a relationship or life itself. As Elena and I drifted towards sleep, our bodies entwined and our hearts aligned, I sent up a silent prayer of gratitude for the journey that had led me home, to this woman, to this moment, to this perfect understanding of what it meant to create something truly magical. The bread of beginning, the sweetest recipe of all. My fingers danced across the ancient wood of my grandmother's loom, feeling the familiar warmth pulse beneath my touch. Each thread I wove carried whispers of emotion, memories of joy and sorrow braided together in an intricate dance. The villagers called it magic, but to me, it was simply the language my heart spoke through silk and wool. Generation after generation of women in my family had sat at this very loom, weaving not just fabric, but hopes and dreams into every piece they created. The morning light filtered through my shop's dusty windows, casting golden rays across the countless fabrics that adorned my walls. Each piece told a story, a shawl that brought comfort to a grieving widow, its threads woven with gentle understanding and peace. A blanket that wrapped newborns in their first moments of life, imbued with dreams of bright futures. A scarf that gave courage to a child facing their fears, strengthened with threads of bravery and confidence. I paused my weaving to adjust a loose thread, admiring how the sunlight caught the iridescent fibers. The bell above my shop door chimed, and I looked up to find a tall figure casting a long shadow across my workspace. His fine clothes and jeweled rings marked him as someone of importance, but it was his eyes that caught my attention. Deep violet and unnaturally bright, like twilight trapped in crystal. "Mistress Lark," he said, his voice as smooth as polished marble. "I am Dryvik, a collector of rare and beautiful things. Your reputation precedes you." His gaze swept across my workshop, lingering on each piece with an intensity that made my skin prickle. Something in his tone made my fingers tighten around my shuttle, but I pushed the unease aside. After all, wealthy patrons often sought out my work. "Welcome to my shop. How may I help you?" He moved closer, examining the tapestry taking shape on my loom, a wedding gift I was creating for a local couple, threaded with love and loyalty. His presence felt like a storm cloud blocking the sun, and I noticed the roses I kept in a vase by the window wilting slightly as he passed. Such extraordinary work. The way you capture emotion in the thread, it's unlike anything I've seen. His fingers hovered over the fabric, not quite touching. I would very much like to commission a piece. I should have listened to my instincts that day. Should have noticed how his shadow seemed to move independently of his body, how the plants near my window drooped in his presence, how my loom's usual warm hum turned discordant when he drew near. But his words were honey-sweet, and his gold was real enough. When he asked to see my technique up close, I didn't hesitate to demonstrate. That was my mistake. The last thing I remembered was his violet eyes blazing with triumph before darkness claimed me. I awoke in a cold stone room, my beloved loom mockingly familiar beside a barred window. Beyond the glass, mountains I didn't recognize clawed at a steel-gray sky. My heart ached for my small village, for the comfort of my shop, for the simple life I'd taken for granted. Days blurred together, as Drivik forced me to weave dark magic into the fabric. My tears fell silently onto threads that once brought joy, now twisted into instruments of fear and control. Each tapestry I created under his command felt like a betrayal of everything my gift stood for. He sold these corrupted pieces to lords and kings, spreading discord and darkness across the land. But even in my darkest moments, I kept one small act of defiance. Into every piece, I wove a thread of hope, a silent cry for help that I prayed someone would hear. These threads of light were so subtle that Drivik never noticed them, too focused on the dark magic he demanded. Each night, as I fell into exhausted sleep, I whispered a prayer that someone would understand my message and would feel the hope buried beneath the darkness. Miles away, in a village nestled between rolling hills, my prayer found its answer most unexpectedly. Finn Alden wiped the sweat from his brow, the heat of his forge painting his skin in warm oranges and reds. His calloused hands, strong enough to bend metal to his will, gently lifted a scarf from his workbench. My scarf, though he didn't know it yet. He'd found it in a traveling merchant's cart, drawn to it for reasons he couldn't explain. The merchant had acquired it from someone who'd purchased one of my forced creations, but had sensed the darkness within it. Yet beneath that darkness, Finn felt something else, a whisper of hope, a cry for help. That night, as he slept with the scarf nearby, my magic reached out to him through dreams. He saw my face, tear-stained but determined, my hands moving across the loom in desperate patterns. He felt my fear, my hope, my silent plea for salvation. The connection between us, forged through that single thread of defiant hope, grew stronger with each passing night. The dreams continued, each one revealing more. Fragments of my journey, glimpses of Dreivik's fortress, the mountain peaks that imprisoned me. Finn's heart, pure and true, responded to my magic in ways I never imagined possible. His soul recognized mine across the distance, two hearts calling out to one another through the darkness. He began his journey at first light, guided only by the pull of my enchanted weaving and his unwavering determination. The village thought him mad, chasing dreams of a woman he'd never met, but Finn knew the truth in his heart. Each night as he traveled, the dreams grew stronger, our connection deeper. For weeks he traveled, following the thread of magic that connected us. He scaled treacherous peaks, crossed raging rivers, and navigated dense forests. The scarf led him true, its magic growing stronger as he drew closer to Dreivik's domain. Along the way, he gathered stories of dark magic spreading through the kingdoms, of nobles transformed by mysterious tapestries, and his resolve only grew stronger. When our eyes finally met through the bars of my prison, something shifted in the very fabric of reality. Finn's gaze held mine, green as summer leaves and deep as ancient forests, filled with a recognition that transcended our physical meeting. "I've been dreaming of you," he whispered, his rough-hewn hands reaching through the bars to touch mine. The moment our fingers met, Warmth flooded through me, chasing away the cold that had settled in my bones during my captivity. "And I've been weaving dreams of you," I replied, my heart thundering in my chest. His touch felt like coming home, like finding a piece of myself I hadn't known was missing. At that moment, I understood why my grandmother had always said that the strongest magic comes from love. Together, we formulated a plan. Finn's knowledge of metalwork proved invaluable. He understood the nature of binding and breaking in ways that complemented my own gifts perfectly. He taught me about the weak points in metal, and I showed him how similar principles applied to magical bindings. While Dryvik slept, we worked to unravel the dark enchantments he had forced me to create, weakening his power thread by thread. Each night, as we worked together, our connection grew stronger. Finn would tell me stories of his village, of the people he'd helped with his craft, and I found myself falling deeper in love with his gentle heart and unwavering courage. His hands, strong enough to shape metal, would tenderly brush away my tears when memories of the dark magic overwhelmed me. But Dryvik was no fool. He sensed the changing tide of magic in his fortress, and felt his power weakening as we undid my corrupted creations. On the night we planned to escape, he confronted us in my prison chamber, his violet eyes blazing with fury. "You dare to undo my work," he snarled, dark energy crackling around him like lightning. The shadows in the room writhed and twisted, responding to his rage. What followed was chaos incarnate. Finn moved with the grace of a practiced warrior, his blacksmith strength meeting Dryvik's magic head-on. I worked frantically at my loom, weaving counterspells into existence, attempting to protect us both from Dryvik's increasingly desperate attacks. Each thread I wove shimmered with the power of our combined love and determination. Then came the moment that nearly shattered my world. Dryvik, realizing he was losing control, summoned a blade of pure darkness. It arced through the air toward me, a deadly shadow aimed at my heart. But Finn, brave, beautiful Finn, threw himself in its path. The blade struck true, and he crumpled to the floor, his blood staining the stones beneath my loom. Time seemed to stop. In that frozen moment, I saw everything with perfect clarity. My hands moved of their own accord, selecting threads of pure gold and silver, weaving with a speed and precision I'd never known before. Into that final tapestry, I poured everything. My love for Finn, my defiance of Dryvik, my grandmother's teachings, and the pure, untainted magic that had been passed down through generations of my family. The magic built like a wave, each pass of the shuttle adding to its power. Love, pure and true, flowed through my fingers into the threads. I wove our shared dreams, our hopes for the future, the strength of our connection. As I wove the final thread, the tapestry blazed with light so bright it turned night to day. Dryvik screamed as the magic consumed him, his form dissolving into nothing more than scattered threads that vanished into the air. The light enveloped Finn's still form, lifting him gently from the floor. I watched in wonder as his wound closed, color returning to his face. When his eyes fluttered open, they found mine immediately, filled with love and understanding. "I knew I'd find you," he whispered, reaching up to cup my cheek. "From the first dream, I knew my heart belonged to you." My loom gave one final pulse of warmth before falling silent, its ancient magic spent. But as Finn's arms encircled me, I realized that some forms of magic don't require enchanted looms or mystical threads. They exist in the spaces between heartbeats, in the quiet moments of trust, in the courage to fight for what's right. We returned to my village together, where my shop still stood waiting. The loom now sits in its familiar corner, creating beautiful but ordinary fabrics. Yet every piece I weave still tells a story, our story, of love that transcends magic, of courage born from compassion, and of two hearts bound together by threads stronger than any enchantment. Finn's forge stands next door to my shop now, and the sound of his hammer rings in harmony with the rhythm of my shuttle. Our crafts complement each other perfectly, his strength and precision matching my creativity and intuition. The villagers say we've brought new life to the community, our love spreading warmth and joy just as surely as my magical creations once did. Each evening, as the sun sets and the day's work ends, we sit together in the garden we've planted. Sometimes he holds me close and tells me about the dreams that led him to me, his voice full of wonder even after all this time. Sometimes I weave simple patterns while he works nearby, our comfortable silence worth more than any magical creation. And sometimes, when the light hits just right, I catch glimpses of magic in the ordinary moments, in the way his smile still makes my heart skip, in how perfectly our hands fit together, in the dreams we continue to weave into reality. The legends of my magical loom have faded into stories now, whispered around firesides on winter nights. But I've discovered that the greatest magic of all lies in the simple act of loving and being loved in return. It's in the way Finn's hand finds mine in the dark, in the sound of his laughter mixing with mine. In the future we're creating together, a tapestry more beautiful than any I could have imagined. As I close my eyes each night, safe in Finn's embrace, I thank whatever fate or fortune brought us together. Our love story may not have begun like a fairy tale, but it has given me something far more precious than magic. It has given me home. In the end, I've learned that true love is the strongest magic of all, weaving hearts together in patterns that last forever.